Hello there. How is everybody doing? Everything's all right here. I'm going to check to make sure that all of that is fine. Stream is excellent. Good. And here we go. Here, snapped together. That's pretty cool. And here we go. Everything looks all right. It's a very beautiful day, almost summer-like today. It's about 80 Fahrenheit, 26 Celsius in Montreal. We're supposed to get to 30 degrees tomorrow, which will be 80, upper 80s, which is unusual for October. And Monday also, I'm thinking about maybe a last effort of going to to Perry Island Monday, as it's going to be also hot and sunny. So I was thinking maybe one last time, because at this time in October, we're soon to get into those temperatures. Are going to be too cold to go, so I'm going to check that out for sure. But pretty warm. Pretty warm. So we'll start with all of this. Everything seems okay. So welcome aboard, everybody. A little bit of Halloween lights. So these are not Christmas, but Halloween due to the color. They're purple and orange. So I thought I'd put a little bit of lighting. I'll actually add some stuff a little bit to the Halloween decor, as we will have our Halloween show. It will be on November 1st. So the day after Halloween. As Friday the 31st is, I go out and with my nephew and check the haunted alleys around town. So the Halloween show will be on November 1st. So just to let you guys know. And the next Zoom, for those that were there last time, the next Zoom is on Sunday, the October the 26th. So I hope for those that have been in the Zoom last week, hope you had a lot of fun. We tuned the band's Propagation was just amazing, and so it's going to be a lot of fun once again, I would guess, next time. So hey everybody, welcome aboard to this live show. We talk about radio, about shortwave radio, about anything radio, scanner radio. I've been having a lot of fun with this week's Propagation was so bad. I had fun with all sorts of other things except shortwave, pretty much. Most of the week was spent took out my old scanner radios. I listened to the local CB bands, found that there's quite a lot of activity. There's 3 or 4 different groups on different channels that are there almost every night and have a chat. Plus, there's a HowlNet on channel 20 on Friday nights I listened to yesterday. So it was kind of different. I actually took the occasion to tune in the airband, the VHF airband on my Texan S2200X and listening to the airport and the airplanes going by. So it was a different type of listening, but when Propagation isn't helping and conditions are bad, well, that's pretty much the thing you do is try to find something else to listen to. Plus, this was a very busy week. I had to hand over my utility column for the Messenger for the month of October, so I had to finish that. Then there was a lot. I have a lot of hospital visits lately, so plus caregiving duties, it's driving me nuts, making me actually having a hard time making videos for the Shortwave channel because of that. Hopefully, I'll find more time to do some stuff, especially if I go to Perry Island on Monday. So, anyways, welcome aboard to this radio show, this Shortwave radio show, or stream, where we do all sorts of things, tune the bands, talk about radio. I've got a few things I want to talk about. One of them is my discovery at the local electronics store of really, really good 18650 batteries. They are by far the best of all the ones that I have. And we're going to talk about that and talk about something that a lot of people don't necessarily know. Some of us do, some of us don't, but it's good for every type of battery. And we'll talk about that. Also, talk a little bit about the Retevis A3 quad band that I'm kind of a little disappointed at. Wish it could do more, wish it could be better, wish it had better audio. We'll just answer questions, go through the chat, and have a lot of fun with this here. This is always pretty cool to be here with you. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and tuned right now to 25,000 kilohertz. I'm receiving a good signal from WWV. And so this is going to be, this is one of the signals right now. Let me put up my usual pages, preamp for number stations. We will chase those Morse code number stations and see if anybody can get them. I don't know how propagation is today. Well, of course, HF Underground for any pirate activity. Talking of pirate activity, I'll talk about that. There was, I don't know if you guys remember, I talked that at least more than a year ago. There was this pirate that was, or this guy that was putting on interval signals of shortwave broadcasters on the CB channels. And he's not very strong as I hear him, but I hear him very weak. Actually, what helps is that you can identify those interval signals. And last night, while listening to the HowlNet, somebody over the HowlNet was actually putting the interval signals of shortwave broadcasts. I don't know if it's the same guy, but I had not heard that in a long, long time. And of course, we'll be looking at, pirates, we're looking at preamp. I'll bring up the EIBI space schedules. There's a special broadcast going on right now for those that want to try it. It's been widely reported on 17545. There's the Mini Transat race weather information channel from France on 17545 from 15 to 16 UT. It's French, English, and when they have nothing to talk about, it's music. So a lot of people have been reporting that one, not knowing what it is. Mini Transat weather station for the Transat race, boat race. So this coming off of the Usulun France transmitter site. So kind of interesting there to have this special broadcast going on right now. So this is pretty cool. So for the rest, well, we have a beautiful chat room if you want to join in with wonderful people that are here and that are just great. I think we have the greatest gang of radio fans that you can imagine. It's just great, and people are friendly, and we really, really have a good time here. Simple rules to follow: no politics, no religion, and we are all happy. And of course, when this is over, there's a Facebook group with 4,300 members. That is where people post what they're listening to, radios they're using. A lot of activity there too. and it's a lot of fun to read what you guys are posting. I was reading a little earlier today about the someone that posted the Panasonic RF 2800, which I miss dearly. I had one of those and I sold it. And today I'm just thinking about how stupid I was to sell that. I should have kept that radio. It was really, it's one of those odd but cool Panasonics. And man, I would love to have that today, but unfortunately. Just like, the realistic, the Radio Shack DX 302 that I had, which I should never have sold also. But hey, what do you want? Now I am compensating with a lot of radios. So welcome aboard, everybody. Hope that you will have fun. Of course, this is a show. I'm here every Saturday. Try to post as many videos as possible. We've got the monthly Zoom. How about a little contribution if you can? It really tremendously helps a lot. Through the super chat here, you can give a little something. And of course, there's the pizza fund and cat treats where I can eat something and not starve to death. That would be horrible if I starved to death in front of the camera. So you have the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal also on the PayPal address that's here. If you send the PayPal to Official Shortwave Radio, it also works. They're linked. So both addresses will send the money to the same account. So thanks all that have donated. I've already seen Dave Vosh that did a super chat. Thank you so much. And Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die, that gave a little something on PayPal. Thank you so much, guys, for being so generous. It is much appreciated. So, M6JKW, nice to have you on board from the UK. We have older radios. Nice to have you here. It's CB Radio Day? Really? Let's check that. What's CB Radio Day? I did not know that today's CB Radio Day. CB Radio Day. And, October the 4th. 10-4, of course. It's because of the 10-4. And I should have known. It was proclaimed by President Jimmy Carter in 1978 to recognize the importance of CB radios for emergency communications and public safety. It is there to acknowledge the significant role of citizens band CB radios in providing public safety information, connecting people together. The day is often celebrated by truckers, radio enthusiasts, and anyone who values the community and safety aspects of CB radio. So it's 10-4 Day. Absolutely. Thanks for telling us, old radios, so that we know. CB radio has been a pretty big part of my life. So and part of the reason I continue doing radio and possibly part of the reason why I'm an amateur radio operator. So it's pretty cool. So thanks for letting us know. David P. Miller, nice to have you here from Deptford, New Jersey. Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from Northeast Illinois. Master Players Radio and Television, Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here from WA 5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Mike B, good day. Nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. And he's outside right now. So I don't know if he's going to come in or is going to stay there. We have a new cat. Her name she's a female. Her name is Gigi. And she's really not nice with him. She's a new neighbor's cat. And I mean, she's ferocious. And when she sees Paul, she just wants to jump on him. And I don't like it because she has all of her claws. Paul is declawed on the front paws, so he doesn't defend himself the same way. So I just hope that nothing bad's going to happen with that. But because Paul the cat doesn't care, I mean, she gets in front of him and she's like, hissing and all of that. And Paul was like, What the hell you want? Polly's like all the relaxed cat, but I'm just scared that maybe she could hurt him, or that would not be cool. So every time I see her, I throw water so that she just goes away, and because I don't want to see her here. So because Paul is friends with all the other cats. There's one cat, Simba, that follows Paul the cat all the time. They're like buddies going through the yards together. There's another one, Marcus. Marcus comes over because he wants food, and Paul and Marcus are like good buddies. Sometimes they just sleep or just lie next to each other in the grass. So Paul is friends with everybody. It's just that cat that is not friendly with Paul. So hopefully nothing bad's gonna happen with that. Andy New, nice to have you on board from Bristol, UK. I'm 7CUN. Shane, is it really CB Radio Day? Yes, it is. Absolutely. October 4th, 10-4. Old Radios found 3 radios at a swap meet. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Shane, thought I missed a holiday. Been out sick for over a week. Just starting to come back to life. Well, hope things are going to get better and back to normal, Shane. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. Blogger I had a CB license back when there was such a thing. And I got into CB radio just the year that they decided that a license wasn't required anymore. So I never had a license because it was not required anymore. But the manual of the CB radio I had, which was the Navajo TRC 432, which I should really take out. I should take it out for a spin. It hasn't been, I don't know where it is. It's not far here. Hasn't been turned on in a long time. In the manual, they were still talking about you might need a license depending on where you are. So I remember that. So Shane is in Portland, Oregon. So let's not go too close to that with the politics. David Ward, nice to have you here from Texas. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you here. Blogger Die, thank you. Nice to have you on board. By the way, Rob's in the UK. Blogger Die is from Central Virginia. Weather's fine. Weird. The only radio within reach is my Ernesto WM0202B. FM only and a total waste of time. Wow. Okay. That doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. Better get other radios. Joseph in San Francisco Bay, California. Nice to have you on board. And you're looking forward for tuning the bands with a Texan 680, Emily 30 Plus, and Burkhead BC 125 8T scanner, and a Diamond RH77 antenna. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. Ricky, nice to have you on board from Calgary, Alberta. Only 10 degrees there today. That's cool. Midweek, we're going to get cool. Tomorrow, 30. Monday, something like 27, 28 Celsius. But Wednesday, something like 12 degrees. And at night, they actually, for the first time, show 0. Which means our first official frost in Montreal should happen in the night of Wednesday to Thursday of this week. Giving us an idea that we're slowly going towards winter. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland, where we are currently recovering from Storm Amy, which certainly reminded me of the old rock and roll song, Shake, Rattle, and Roll. Hope not too much damage and that things are coming back to normal. Old radios. I saw also, was it Spain that's been hit with like record rains? I think I saw something about that this week. Old radios. Says one radio got 1942 Zenith 7S633 tabletop AM shortwave. Had a brand new quartz, so I assume the rest was done too. Nope, No stations, just hum. Okay. You'll need someone to check over these radios for you if you don't repair them yourself. John Halquist, nice to have you here. One possibility just occurred to me. Your old MLA30 antenna died. Did you check for continuity at both ends of the coax for both the center conductor and coax? I actually have not checked anything. It's still up in its original position. I might want to check it out just out of curiosity and see if I could bring it back to life. Because right now I'm still on waiting for the other one, which I should have apparently Monday. Oleg, nice to have you here. Perry, nice to have you here from Sherbrooke. This is YZFR1 Biker. Nice to have you on board. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here from Chicago. J Projects has an old Zenit in the garage, would be great to fix it up. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines, Ontario. Jerry Hart, streaming weather facts from Boston. Pretty cool. Jean Arash, nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Chick Schreiber, nice to have you here from South Texas and 5KVO. Donna Royal, WA73330SWL. Nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona. Ricky says, was chatting with my mom earlier, encouraged my parents to go outside for a walk. It's so warm in Montreal region. Oh yeah, absolutely. It is beautiful. Actually, I just went to the grocery and just that walk was beautiful. It was like, wow, it's not too hot. It's like just okay. It's really, really perfect for a walk. Kevin, nice to have you on board from his retirement paradise of St. Pete, Florida. Nice to have you on board, enjoying some cold beer with this broadcast, so cheers. I also have a Belgian-style ale. Cheers. Old radio is another one I got, a Philco 49s1605, due to its unique two-tone arm turntable. These were the first turntables to play vinyl LPs. Wow. I hope you have a lot of space to have all of that, old radios. Rob's radio channel, no problem. It happens. And, well, you'll always have next month. We'll be here. And by the way, the link to the Zoom of last week is the same for every Zoom of last Sundays every month. You don't have to re-register. You can just use the same link again over and over. And also, I wanted to mention, for those that donate through the Super Chat and through PayPal, you will all be in a drawing for 2 memberships of the Canadian International DX Club. And you'll also be in a drawing for Christmas gift. Right now, it looks to be that it would be some kind of surprise box. You'll know what's in it when you get it. So I'm slowly thinking about all the things that are going to be in there. And there will be some cool things in there, by the way. So that also is part of the drawing. It will happen at the Christmas show. The Christmas show, Santa will be doing the drawing. So for everybody that wants to donate a little something, any amount, doesn't matter. Thank you, Kenneth, for the donation. Much appreciated, by the way, through PayPal. All radios, excusing radio programming on 33 RPM. That's been around long before 1949. Dave Vosh, nice to have you here from Maryland. Old Radios says the Philco is only AM, FM, or shortwave. Rick Myers, KO4OSA, got a few images from the ISS SSTV event in progress till Thursday. Yep, for those that don't know, I wanted to talk about it today. a little bit. We have the International Space Station sending out pictures. Unfortunately, it's sad because it would have been fun. You guys remember that we had the donation. We had the donation. We had the decodes live from the ISS on the show here several weeks back. Unfortunately, if I look at Evans above, there are no passes of the International Space Station over Montreal during the show. So, or there might be one. What's this? 16. Okay, let's see here. Saturday. Oh, 1658. That would be. Okay, it's not in UTC, so there would be one in not that long. But the problem is, okay, if I had known, my scanner, my scanner radio antenna in the backyard seems to be out of commission. I think something happened to the antenna, to the connection, where there's a connection between the wire, the antenna, and I kind of added another connector. There's something happening there. I think there's maybe rain or something, because when I tried to listen through my SDR Connect software, I get no signals on VHF, unfortunately, so I can't do the one that's coming up in half an hour, unfortunately. That would have been fun. So, cool, Rick. Have fun with that. 145-800 is the frequency where the SSTV is being sent. All you need is a scanner radio. Even a portable scanner with a rubber duck antenna is great. And so all you need to know is when the International Space Station passes over your city. So they have 12 pictures. You can send them in, by the way, and have a certificate if you want. SWS Signals 23 picked a functioning and very clean Realistic Pro 34 handheld scanner from eBay for $11. So Pro 34 I think I had a Pro 34 at some point. The Pro, let me check what the Pro 34 looks like. Realistic Pro 34, and no, I did not have that one. A friend of mine had that one. I remember, a long time ago. Cool looking little scanner. These are cool. I mean, even if they're old, there's still stuff here. There's still an analog stuff we can listen to and tune around. Old radios turned my CB earlier today. Didn't hear much. Jim Gordon, has anyone heard how our friend Keegan DXer is doing? And nope, and I did not have any news. So we'll be checking that out for sure. Maybe make sure my email reached. Send another one. So no news, unfortunately. So hopefully we'll be getting some. I haven't heard back from the email I sent on Saturday night last week, which is not. It usually takes a few days to answer back, but it's not normal to have no news. Dave Vosh enjoyed Zoom, though my 20-year-old computer has a hard time with the heavy stream. So yeah, today's streaming and all this stuff takes a lot of power out of PCs. Kenneth KWLM61, nice to have you here from Tucson, Arizona. Old radios says as Philco, Zenith, and GE did the two-tone arm thing for 78 LPs. This 45 was introduced shortly after. Oleg, when they changed the frequency for winter? Last Sunday of this month. So on Sunday the 26th, when we actually have our Zoom meeting, the shortwave schedules would have changed for the winter schedules in the Northern Hemisphere. So this is your last chance to hear some of the stations on the regular frequencies. I'm kind of, hoping that things are going to that the change is going to arrive fast, because a lot um, of the broadcast, like Spain on 17715, has become very unreliable here due to the darkness path that now is changing. So I can't wait for the winter frequencies to kick in on some of the broadcasts. Radio Romania 11620 is also having a hard time doing its hour broadcast to North America now, here on the East Coast, at least in Montreal. So, okay, don't forget to hit your like button, just like the rest of us good posters. That's going to start a debate again. The debate of, well, you're not allowed to, it's cheating to like your own videos. And it's like, no, it's not. Why can't I like my own videos? It's just so funny. WF7i Homebrew, Bert, nice to have you on board. Got to solder a narrowband filter into my Yaesu FT818 today, and after that we'll be working on finishing QMX ham radio kit, more soldering. Let's go here. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Thank you for the donation for last week. Much appreciated, by the way. Hope you got Paul the Cat picture that I sent you. Old radios, I need a iCan solder kit or something. Like like we were saying last week, old radios, buy yourself one of the Elenco little kits, like the AM radio kit, which is not very expensive, and get yourself a basic soldering kit, and start practicing with that, so that you get better, and at some point you might actually be pretty good at fixing your own radios. Shane, turning on my S2200X on a WV601, nice and quiet antenna. So, yeah, duh. 10-4. God. David P. Miller. So ham radio day should be July 3rd, 7-3. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. But I think ham radio day isn't amateur radio day in February or something. World Amateur Radio Day it's in April. Saturday, April 18th is the next one in 2026. It was on April... Actually, no. This is weird. It can't be. So for 2025 was in April 18th, which means it's always April 18th. Duh, again. So April 18th is the date of the World Amateur Radio Day. So every April 18th. WF7i Homebrew. I did 2 more summits for Summits on the Air last weekend. Got Europe on 1 watt and on CW and many other stations. Cool. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. From Mountain Man, 10-4. Menta Lunar, I also didn't know that 10-4 day. We can still learn something new after all this time. Yeah. I knew there was a CB radio day, but I never realized October 4th, 10-4. Well, some of those things sometimes. Kamikaze76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Dave Vosh, much to my surprise, I got HCJB Thursday around 23:05 on 6050. Cool. I was so happy. It brought me, I went back in time about 2 weeks ago, I got they end their transmission like I think it was at 02:30 or something on the night that I was listening. For some reason, it went on until 02:45 before they switch off the transmitter. And that 15 minutes, there was just Ecuadorian music. That 15 minutes, I just could close my eyes and relive. I was listening to HCJB in the 80s like before. It was just so cool. Ricky says, for a long time I thought 10.4 was just CB radio talk, but I have heard it used in professional circles as well. Yeah, 10.4 is the international. It's actually an international 10 code. There are some slight modifications done on CB radio with some codes and on amateur radio, but 10.4 for the cops, the police, or whatever, 10.4 is really the international. Yeah, I got it. I understand what you said. Yeah. It's just that depending on if it's a CB radio or other types of radio, the codes or the meaning of some other codes change. But 10.4, that one's like universal. Or let's just say international, because universal is a stretch far. I'm not sure that aliens on another planet are using 10.4. If they do, okay, we got to talk. I Zero Beat That. Nice to have you here from Scotland. RJDA Dakota. Nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri. What else do we have? Philip Jones. Nice to have you here from East Wales. Yeah, that Kenneth 10-4 good buddy and Breaker Channel 20. that is, break. David Ward went to Hamfest today, but didn't see anything I really wanted. Got a free Radio Shack Pro 2051 scanner, although not sure if it's even worth messing with. I think it is. I think you if you tune around with it, you will hear stuff. I think people that don't hear anything don't spend enough time tuning all the frequency ranges. Even if some of the stuff around you is now digital, you'll be surprised at what's not. There's still a lot. Old radios. It's Kevin. Nice to have you here. Says 22 Celsius in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Nice to have you on board. Old radios. Sadly, the guy I have that works on these things is the other side of the country, and my family refuses to go past 10 miles from town. And my pops is not very happy with how I spend. Well, that's your money. It's your money. It's up to you to do what you want with it. Nobody else. Jim's Radio Check. Nice to have you here. I wonder what happened to Radio Frada. Did they get shut down again? Farda? Actually, it's because of the government. The U.S. government shutdown. The U.S. government is in a shutdown because they can't agree on passing the bill for financing government stuff. So the different broadcasts that were on from VOA, like Radio Farda and so on, are off the air due to the fact that the money stopped going in, and they're going to come back. They're going to come back when they actually fix the problem that they're in right now in financing the states. But it might take a long time this time. What else do we have? So people talking about restoring radios, which is also cool. I like old radios. I mean, that I wanted this week to fire up this Westinghouse International from 1949. Just love listening to it, especially when I get to like WBCQ playing old time radio shows. It's kind of just goes so well. There's also on WBCQ another show where the guy plays only old records. It's like the perfect shows for this. It's you feel like you're going back in time. What else do we have? Kevin says, speaking of old radios, today he started work on an RCA 68R1. A very early broadcast and FM table radio from 1948. Cool. That is cool. Oh, definitely, Jim's Radio Check. That'd be nice. Have a radio from every year. That'd be kind of nice. I need to go. I've never been. I really need to go to. There's a museum here in Montreal called the Emile Berliner Museum. It is in the building where RCA used to build radios in the old days, and that's become a museum. I'm going to share the link here. Emile Berliner. Museum Royal. Here's the website of that museum. Sheldon Harvey has been there, and he's actually even had the pleasure of being invited to see the back where nobody usually goes, where there's other radios and other old stuff. So this is the museum right here in Montreal, and I really need to get my ass up and go. Right now it says it's temporarily closed to visitors. I really hope that they soon come back, because I want to go. I want to go and visit this. So this is going to be this would be very cool. Apparently what they have there is beautiful. And it is in a building where RCA built the old tube radios of the day. So it's kind of cool. The Berser 76, nice to have you here. Just Radio Check, by the way, I tried to watch a chat room on an older video, and it does not do it. That's weird, because I did look at an older one, and I could see it. I'll check it out, because they're supposed to be there. They're supposed to be. Even today, I kept the check mark saying keep the chat for recorded. So I'll check it out and see what goes on with that. But I kind of remember watching an old one, and I could see it on my PC. So I don't know. I'll check that out. Danny B, nice to have you here from the Netherlands. PE1PDS. Nice to have you here, Danny. All I gotta know if it's new or not, but I recently had a catch station called Reach Beyond Australia on 15460. Yeah, that's not a new station. It's actually the HCJB Quito Ecuador transmitters. When they shut down the transmitter site, they sent the transmitters to Australia and started Reach Beyond Australia from there with those transmitters. So that is what was HCJB before. This is not a new broadcast. They've been on for many years now. RJ Dakota super old FM radios add a different band that was used, I believe, below 52 megahertz. My grandparents had a huge radio that sat in a corner of the living room and had medium wave, shortwave, and a different FM band. Yeah, there was a time when the FM band was lower than it is today. It all goes with back in the day, having radios that would go up at such a high frequency was tough. Today we take for granted we have scanner radios that go into the gigahertz range. And it's like, we go up to 1 gigahertz or 3 gigahertz or whatever. In 1940, the complexity of having parts that would be able to go to such high frequencies made it difficult for any radios to really go high. So the first FM band started in a lower band because it was very complicated to go higher than that. And as time went by, as the transistors were developed also, and better tubes, then, of course, it opened up a world of much higher frequencies. But, it's just crazy thinking that just 100 years ago, a lot of the stuff we have today, we take for granted, were virtually impossible to build. You just didn't have the technology for that. And I mean, 100 years ago, in terms of human life, is long, but in terms of, technology life, in terms of humans on this planet, is actually very short. So it's kind of interesting. So, Jim's Radio Check. Today's 10-4, CB Radio Day. Ardad, nice to have you here from New Jersey, K2ADC. Ricky, Universal would be the Cosmic Band. That's good. I like that. Kevin, railway stuff is still analog. There's a lot of that going on. If you live, especially if you live near a train yard, I always say it here in Montreal. I'm kind of lucky when I think about it because I live near an airport. There are several railroad yards around. There's a lot of stuff happening. There's the Maritimes stuff. There's a Port of Montreal. There's just so much here that sometimes it's easy to take for granted that you live in one of the most wonderful places radio-wise in terms of communications you can hear, especially on the scanner radios. So, it's pretty cool. Stormtrooper. Nice to have you here, KD9JRU. Rotten Animal, nice to have you on board from Toronto. Oleg says I mostly tune in for music and for to catch well in my area. Because it's Radio Farda, I believe, is the broadcast towards Iran, so that's why you hear it well in your area. David Ward says I have the Pro 2051 scanning right now. I have a SDS 100 for everything digital. I need to put it a outdoor scanner antenna. Any recommendations? Honestly, what I have that I use and is really good is the Tram 1411 discount. TRAM 1411 discount. It's a wide band antenna, VHF, UHF. And even goes lower because there's two versions. One with the long width, that's the one that I have. That one goes all the way down to like 20 megahertz. Plus, what's nice with the Tram 1411, it's capable of handling up to like 200 watts on transmit on 10 meters, 2 meters, and 70 centimeters. So it can be used as an amateur radio antenna also. Brian Listener, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Nice to have you here from Philadelphia. So, it's pretty nice. Who's Emile Berliner? Says Jean Arash. So, Emile Berliner is a... so, he has to do with radio. Berliner, just going to bring up the proper... So, he's a German-American inventor and businessman. So, he was a German inventor and businessman who invented the lateral cut-flat disc record, also known as the gramophone record, used in a gramophone. So it has to do more with recording and the record gramophone stuff. And Berliner Gramophone Company was in Montreal, Canada, in 1899, chartered in 1904. Berliner also invented what was probably the first radial aircraft engine, 1908, a helicopter, 1919, and acoustical tiles, 1920s. So, and he stayed here in Montreal, Quebec, for a long time. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. And he invented and improved telephone transmitter, one of the first types of microphones. The patent was acquired by Bell Telephone Company. So this is kind of cool. So this is pretty cool. Then the gramophone. He developed the rotary engine of a very early version of the helicopter. Man, that guy was amazing. Imagine. Jim's Radio Check. I'm watching on a Roku TV. I wonder if that was anything to do with it. Yeah, because you know what, Jim's Radio Check? It's not everywhere that the chat shows up. I have several devices. For example, if I go on my TV, I have a Samsung TV. On the Samsung TV, the chats are never there. But on my tablet, they are there. On my PC, they are there. I think it has to do with the device itself. And maybe the version of the YouTube app. Depending on if you do it through the browser of the Roku, or if you have a YouTube app on the Roku TV. It could also have to do with the version of the YouTube app that it doesn't show up. RJ Dakota, that's probably why there were only 14 channels and there used to be a channel 1. Yeah, there was a lot of that. It's crazy when you think about it. All Jean Arrache, there was a dispute between him and between Edison and Émile Berliner in court for battling out who invented what, when, and who was the first to do stuff. But they each took a different approach, apparently, and one of those complicated things. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you here. What else do we have? David Ward, nice to have you on board. London 19657, nice to have you here. What else do we have? Jim Gordon, toasting you all with the Abbott Ale from Bury St. Edmunds, Suffolk, England. Also helps to make good gravy for steak pie. Cool. Yeah, beer in many recipes adds a very, very interesting aspect to food. There's a lot. You'd be amazed if you do pizza dough. Pizza dough with some beer in it is just amazing. Makes some of the best pizzas. Kenneth says Edison invented the cylinder records. Yeah, he invented, because Berliner, it said he invented the flat one, which was basically the ancestor of our records of today, basically. So, pretty crazy. Mike WX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas, just back from the Lincoln Apple Festival and short hike after I'll sleep well tonight. Yeah, when you have a full day like that and the fresh air and doing some activities outdoor, it's definitely, it's crazy. Just going to Perry Island, I have to walk a certain distance, and I don't know if it's the fact that even though it's still close to the city, it is much more of a nature place. When I come back home in the evening, I am more tired after going a full afternoon to Perry Island than I am staying home. Mike B, we have a local restaurant here that makes a beer cheese dip. Yeah, I'm sure. It must be really good. There's a lot of recipes that have beer in them. That's just great. Ricky says, may sometimes make chicken soup with lager or pilsner, or beef stews with darker beers. Yep. I made once what was it? I think it was a stew that wanted me to put a dark beer. There was like a cup of dark beer and a recipe. So guys, if you want to try it, this one is a low frequency, but 7976. I'm not sure I'm going to hear that here, but let's try it. 7976 CW for the first number station from Russia. This one is always the one we never listen to. I don't think I'm going to hear it here, but you guys in Europe should hear it. 7976 CW or 7975 upper sideband. It should start in about a minute's time. We'll see if it's there. What else do we have? Oh, WDOJ Pirate was 19, so an hour before. 2 hours ago there was 9290. WDOJ, I wonder if he's still on. Pirate, I'm going to try that after. What else do we have here? Andy New toasting you with the McEwen's Champion Ale, 7.3% dark ale. So cheers. RJ Dakota used to work for a restaurant and made beer cheese soup. We used Guinness Dark to make it. I'm sure it was great. London 19657, thank you for the donation for tuna pizza with extra anchovies for Paul the Cat. Oh, God. Thank you, R. for the donation. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Australian TV, they went as low as channel 0, says Paul Stringer. Didn't know that. Mad Rio DX, sir, nice to have you on board. M7EIW, nice to have you here, John. All the radios, pizza time for you? Cool. Well, pizza time for me later. Bert is hearing it. I'm not, but my noise floor here is so high that even if it's there, I would not hear it. It's too high of a noise floor here. But in Europe, particularly, you guys in Europe should hear it. Rick VA3ZYW, Rick Walsh, nice to have you here. Bonjour, Different Gear TV, nice to have you on board. Happy Saturday. And as I am down the chat, just wanted to talk a little bit about something that I found at a local electronics surplus store. You guys watched my videos. You've seen that I made a video of Addison Electronics. And it's a local surplus store. And I go there. Every time I go there, there's something new that I haven't seen before. Or something they have that didn't have before. And for $10, they had packs of two 18650 batteries, lithium-ion batteries. They're branded Atomic Beam, and they are 2,000 milliamps. So Atomic Beam, 2,000 milliamps. They're very heavy, the heaviest of all the ones I have here. So there's stuff in here. And the best, these are the best 18650s of all. They last longer than any one that I got here. The XH data, well, they're actually lower in milliamps, which is normal. But even the ones that came with my Texan receivers, they're the blue ones that are not branded. This is really, really good. If you guys ever see Atomic Beam 2000 milliamp hour 18650s, these are great. And that's also what I wanted to mention about the little trick. When you buy batteries, weigh the batteries. If you buy several brands of a battery, the same type of battery, weigh them. The heavier the battery, the longer it lasts. It means there's more stuff in it. And this is why they last longer. These are heavy compared to the other ones that I got here. So I bought a lot on eBay, and there's a lot of crap on eBay, and also on Amazon. Even Amazon. If you buy them on Amazon, be careful when you buy batteries on Amazon. There's so much crap, so much fake stuff out there. Usually what you'll see is the battery's light. If you get batteries from, say you buy 18650s like this, and you get them, and when you weigh them in your hand, they're really light compared to the other ones you have. Return them to the seller and say fake junk, and don't hesitate to put fake junk, and even put a comment of fake junk on Amazon. Because it will help us make sure that our we get good stuff. Because I mean, even Amazon has a lot of junk and crap stuff. So if you guys ever come across Atomic Beam 2000 milliamps, do buy that. They are really, really good compared to... Next time I'm going to buy 4 or 6 of them to add, because, man, I go through these a lot with all the radios that I have that use these. And I even have flashlights that use 18650s now. So they're really, really amazing batteries. And don't forget, the weight of the battery is very important. It gives you an idea of how good these batteries are in general. Because the heavier, the more power they will have most of the time. Homebrew, hearing the digit 913 repeated about 3 times, then number 1. Thank you, SWL Signals, for Paul Treats, $5. Thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And Kaviva, nice to have you here from France, hearing it in Northwest France. And yep, usually it speeds up after for the message itself. And Kaviva, thanks for the new brilliant MLA30 antenna. Cool. Brian Leesner, 7976, not today in North America. I'm trying to play along. Double wide, passing by, waving hello. Nice to have you here. London 19657 needs atomic batteries. Different Gear TV, I managed to get an H501X as new secondhand for €225. Seemed like a good deal, so I went for it. So yeah, because it's pretty expensive now. Perry says he's hearing it in Sherbrooke, 7975. So that means I would probably hear it if it wasn't for the very, very, very high noise flirt I've got here. Ricky says, yes, I have a couple of higher capacity 18650 batteries. They are heavy and they last. Yep, absolutely. Jim's Radio Check likes those better. Yeah, like the BL. You're talking about the BL5C flat batteries. Yeah. Those are much lower in milliamps. So they last a lot less than the 18650s. So anyways, next time I go to Addison Electronics, I'm going to buy some, many of them, because these are great, great, great batteries. When I got the package out of the hook, just the weight of the two batteries in the package, I was like, whoa, these are serious batteries. Those are heavy. Metalunar, they are heavy with all the atomic beams inside. That's it. I gotta charge my phone, says Old Radios. So you guys, some of you guys are hearing that. So there's going to be a next one on 9152 in 12 minutes. We'll check for, and then that's not even far from it. So I'm going to check for WDOJ Pirate on 9290. Yep, still there. Pretty good signal. If you guys want to hear WDOJ Pirate, 9290 upper sideband is coming in very, very well here. So very, very well. They like kind of electronic style music. So 9290, pretty strong signal from WDOJ Pirate. Still going on. He was reported the first time on HF Underground at 1906 UTC. So they've been going on for more than 2 hours now. So it's pretty cool. Right, at least there, be careful buying batteries. I buy from a specialty place and stick with Samsung or Molicel if possible. 18650 battery store if I can't plug them. Perrier, the Addison batteries better than the ones that came with the Texan S2200X. Yep, they are. They last longer. I actually made the test and put two of the Texan in the radio, and then I put when they actually were almost dead, I put the two atomic beam, and they lasted longer. So they seem to have higher power. Although the ones that came with Texan, of all the ones that I have here, including some purchased, seem to be some of the good ones that are available. But the ones from Addison Electronics are better. So you got to be very careful. There's so much crap being sold on these batteries around Amazon, eBay, everywhere. Once you find, I'll agree with you in a very simple thing, Brian. Once you find a brand that you know they're the good ones, you keep buying the same from the same place all the time, because you know that you've got the good ones. Hi J Dakota, my favorite flashlight is a ultra small flashlight that uses 18650 batteries. I've had the same battery in it since I bought it 5 or 6 years ago. It's called Workhorse WK30. I have two that I purchased on, because why do I have flashlights that use 18650s? Because I ended up buying 18650s on Amazon and ended up looking at, well, the batteries with the flashlight don't cost more than the batteries, just the batteries. So I thought, might as well get a flashlight with it. At least I'll have flashlights if I ever need one. And these are amazing flashlights. I mean, they have this, you can move the top of the flashlight so the beam of light goes wider or smaller. And they are bright like crazy. I can actually turn one on in my backyard, and from that I will actually be beaming on the other side. So this is the good thing about these batteries. There's somebody knocking on the door. I hope they're not knocking for me, because it's going to really go bad. So Steve Burnham, 9290, coming in good in central Pennsylvania. Brian Leisner, hearing CW pop in on 9290. David Ward, 9290, Fate Signal here in central Texas. RJ Dakota, 9290, is nice and clear here. WDOJ even had their call heard on air. So that's pretty good. All right. Jean Arash, 9290 kilohertz USB, also has Morse code signals. Yeah, the ID as WDOJ and Morse code, if I remember well. Hey, c'est quoi le problème à côté? Je suis une émission en direct, là. Sorry for yelling, but this is not going to go well. I'll take a pause, 2 seconds, guys, okay? Okay, I'm back. I'm going to try to take my pissed off face and come back to normal. Oh, God. Okay. And you saw when I get mad where I'm really mad. So that's it. Usually they're not there, but next door she's there and she's trying to sleep because she doesn't feel well. So that's why she was banging on the wall. So, okay, let's get back to our radio mood here. So we'll have 4 minutes, 9152 CW. So you guys are hearing WDOJ. And WDOJ does have some Morse code CW. So 9152 kilohertz CW. So I'm going to put myself in CW. And that'll be the next transmission. (9152) or 9151 upper sideband if you don't have CW. Joseph in California does not hear 9290. And what else? Different Gear TV. The only decent 18650 batteries I could find on Amazon were ones that came with a torch. I didn't want the torch, only the batteries. Ultra Fire, they are called. Seems okay. That's what I have from the flashlight batteries, and they are decent. Absolutely, those are decent. Brian Leisner, 9290 coming in nicely for him. Perry and Sherbrooke. Says cool, I'll go check them out. Might be. Here's something faint on 9290 in Colorado. Brian Leisner, stay away from Amazon. My goodness, the claims I have seen are comical. Oh yeah, there's a lot of crap on Amazon. Steve Burnham, 9290 kilohertz, coming in good here in central Pennsylvania. What else do we have? Jean Arash, 9290 upper sideband, also has Morse code signal. Yep. Bert, 9290 coming in loud in Virginia. 9152 in about a minute, a little more than a minute and a half. Like, I like Ricky's face. RJ Dakota, my flashlight can easily flood the entire backyard into the forest beyond, which is at least 2 acres away. Oh yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, I need an on-air studio sign on my door. Andrea DXer, why don't they tell you directly the problem rather than be subtle? I hate it when people do that. Yeah. It's like, you know. I went to see her and I was like, look, I'm doing a live show and I'm not going to shut up. That's the way it is. I mean, it's 4 p.m., 5 p.m. in the afternoon here. Not my problem if you're sleeping. This never happened before. Nick Amendote, nice to have you here from Romania. Ricky misses me constantly how people think they can read their minds. Yeah. Jim Gordon, I recently bought a DX286. It's really good, but you do need to read the you need the manual. Absolutely. You need the manual all the time. Every time you use it. Yep. They also use 18650s. A lot of radios now use 18650s. Here you go. I'm hearing 9152 Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. So 9152. What else do we have? Ricky says, oh, it's daytime. If I'm feeling crap, you want to sleep, I would not expect my neighbor to accommodate me. I'll use earplugs or something. Yeah, that's the thing. Because she's usually never, she told me she's usually never there on Saturday. So that's why it's different today. But still, I mean, I hear them all the time. I mean, the walls here are extremely thin for that. You know, it's even to it's so thin that I was looking at one point even for some. They're selling like these sound kind of. These are kind of big pads that you put on the walls that kind of prevent the sound from going to the other side. And it even came to mind that maybe I should buy some of those and put some on the wall in the back here for that. But, you know, Blogger Die's been sleeping and you didn't wake me up. So, you know, it's just that, come on, banging on the wall just to say yay, that's unacceptable for me. You got a problem, you know what, bang on the door, tell me what's the problem, face to face. Older radios, I just want to know how to replace a power cord on something first. That's usually very easy to do. That will be a very easy fix in your first soldering experience. Blagadai. Ignacio, nice to have you here from Uruguay. Ricky, the kickstand of my DX286 finally broke. It's pretty flimsy to start with. Yeah, I broke so many radios. It's crazy. I don't know how many I broke. Actually, I was thinking of looking at what I could be using as a stand to hold my radios, because I just keep breaking the stands all the time. And if it's not that, it's like, you know, sometimes it's not a proper angle. Sometimes the stand is like not a proper angle and you want something better. So I've been looking at what I could do. I got a few stands here, all that were given to me by fans of the channel. But, you know, it's sometimes it's you want to have a better experience. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board. 9152 in Florida, very faintly. Different Gear TV, I would prefer if radios just use 4 or 6 AA's instead of 18 650s. There's just that feeling that could be a fire risk. Yeah, well, for the most part, they're not too bad, but yeah. So, especially when batteries say ultra fire on it. Different Gear TV. Ultra fire, extra fire. Buy our batteries and you'll have extra fire for Christmas. Mandrill DX, yeah, soundproof padding. Maybe I should check for that. And I think it would be a good investment if there would be any other neighbors anyways, because this is really, really bad. Yeah, soundproof panels, for example, here. 12, okay. That's interesting. There's a lot of stuff on Amazon that I could look at. Could be interesting. Who knows? Maybe I should do that. I mean, this is kind of a studio kind of thing. And, you know, that is the problem of being in an apartment building and not having your, you know, either because today's new apartment buildings are through new codes where there has to be a minimum of, you know, protection for the sound on between each apartment. But this place is from 1950. In 1950, didn't think about that. Nobody would think in 1950 that some guy in his, you know, one room in his apartment would be doing a live show on YouTube. Ricky, if you try hard enough, AA's can be a fire hazard too. Yeah, they could, technically. It's just they're not like lithium-ion batteries where a very small poke, these batteries become almost an explosive. On AA's, they'll kind of come real hot. They could technically start a fire, but it's all in a slow motion deal. It's not the same where there's so much power packed into lithium ions that they are, they just almost explode. Mike B, 9150, 251, not heard in Colorado. Barely copy, says Brian. Plasma Zombie. For how much I would shave my beard off? I don't want to shave my beard. But hey, for an interesting amount, everything goes. Ricky, Dollar Amount no longer sells the little smartphone ring stand I have stuck on my PL330. Hunting for a substitute. Yeah. Kevin, thank you so much for the encouragement and giving likes. Blogger Dice got 9152 really weak. Steve Burnham, okay. Kenneth, shall I use metal stands for tablets and phones to prop up my radios, usually around $12? Yeah, I'm going to check that out. Check that out. Brian Leisner, adjustable tablet stand, weird name, but yeah, I'm going to check that out. And Kevin, 121, only 7 thumbs up. Yep. Ricky says, I saw a social media video this week about the lithium-ion battery on someone's smart ring spontaneously expanding. Yep. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. Nice to have you here. And we are listening to... And there's a new pirate, apparently. Solid Rock Radio, 6945 lower sideband. So 6945 lower sideband for Solid Rock Radio. Philip Jones, I took my PC to the local computer repair shop. Told me that the memory sticks and SSD are okay. So it might be the graphics card, which I can't afford brand new at the moment. Huh. What is it doing as a problem? Old radios need to figure out how their multimeter works too. Well, you know what? It's the best time. You've got all of these old radios. Get yourself, if you don't have it already, a good multimeter. Get yourself a soldering station, and this is going to be a start, and you have no idea of how cool it is to get that knowledge of doing it all yourself and fixing your radios. It's even more fun, and you'll be proud of yourself. Mike B, thank you for the donation for an on-air sign. Oh man, I think the donations would be better, with padding on the wall for lowering the amount of noise that goes on the other side. It's a little expensive if I want to do the whole wall, but you know what? There been a few times I've been thinking, maybe it's a good idea. I think that could be a very, very good idea. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. Pretty cool to have you here, my friend. Hope you are well. Philip Jones, blue screen of death and not installing Windows properly. Oh yeah, you definitely have some hardware problem. If the RAM is okay, it could be a graphics adapter. It could be some other parts of the motherboard too that's having issues. Blogger, I still have a Heathkit transistor voltmeter instead of VTVM. It has a FET, field effect transistor. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hey guys, I have to go do some tech duties. What am I saying? Tech? You guys have been talking computers. My caregiving duties, not tech duties. And I'll be back in a few minutes with. I'll leave you with the soothing sounds of M12 right now, which might turn into static, but I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. And we are back. We are back. There's the next, if there is traffic, the next CW spy number station, 10312. Let's try that. 312. 10312 or 10311 upper sideband. In about 4 minutes time, 3 minutes time. We'll see if it's there. So Silent Templar is getting over a nasty cold. Yeah, there's a friend of mine had one which he was like stuck in his throat a lot. And I was reading that the new variant of COVID, the symptoms are like really stuffed up throat, and it just takes a long time to go away. And apparently, if you have tests, most of them don't even detect the new variant. Ricky says, you've all heard me talk about RF noise from my neighbors. I get all sorts of audible noise from them too. You can use your imagination. Oh God, yeah. a quick story about that. There's a friend of mine that lives in an old building, and he has new neighbors. And he finds his new neighbors very attractive. And one day he's talking to me. He says, I can't sleep at night. I said, what? They're making too much noise? He's, not only are they making too much noise, they turn me on so much, I just can't cope with it. It's like he started laughing like crazy. Oh, man. James Farley, nice to have you on board, my friend. So yeah, no problem. I'm taking care of myself as much as I can. Mike WX50, once a tech guy, always a tech guy. Yeah, tech guy duties. The Win 1960, nice to have you here. This is the reason I'm going to participate in the CQ Worldwide contest next at the end of the month. I do it every year. I will be taking my Yaesu, and I will be doing a temporary shack in my kitchen. Because when you talk to the microphone trying to make contacts, forget it. It's like you talk loud. So I'll put it in the kitchen, like everybody will be fine, and I'll make contacts from the kitchen. Blogger, I have a vague memory that the voltmeter used some weird battery. Simon Templar, this is the first day in a week and a half that I've been up for getting on my computer. Wow. When you don't do anything and you're just getting up to do stuff like that is hard. You're really sick. Oh, here you go. Morse code. Morse code is there. 10312. Ricky says, as others have mentioned, suggestion, influencer voice, remember to subscribe, smash the like button, and hit the bell icon for notifications. Don't forget that you give me a donation through the super chat here, which is always welcome and much appreciated. You can also help me out by making sure I don't get thin and die from starvation with the pizza fund. And same for Paul the Cat with cat treats. PayPal is also a place where you can give a little something. So don't hesitate, and it's always appreciated. All donations that will be done, remember, 2 Canadian International DS Club memberships will be given by Santa at the Santa show, plus a surprise box. And you don't know what could be in that surprise box. A lot of stuff. That surprise box is going to be a very good surprise. And I'm starting to have ideas. I will keep shut. Whoever gets the surprise box is going to be surprised. All I can say. So anybody that gives donations and all that will be drawn at Christmas by Santa himself. Blackguard says needs to sell some junk. I need to clean the place. I mean, this place looks like a pigsty. It's horrible. I really need to clean it up, make things better. Isabel Signal says Radio Havana, Cuba on 13780. All right, I'm gonna check that out. So M12, pretty good at 10312. I have these fantasies about moving to a tiny house, but the radios wouldn't fit. They were showing one on TV the other day, just outside of Montreal, and it's a very small house. And I was like, okay, but I have only my Yaesu FTDX10 and an antenna, and I'd barely have space for anything else. Simon Templar, my good friend Simon in UK, is getting over a nasty that sounds kind of like what you just described. Yeah, one of my best friends had that, and they seem to say it's COVID. Kenneth, if you have heard of the boy in the bubble, we need Jill in a bubble to keep the show on. I'll be the bubble boy. Radio in a bubble. That would be that's going to be the name of the new channel. Radio in a bubble. Like I died 10312 week, but there, Jim's radio check could just have the lady sleep in the kitchen. Yeah. Let's say it's going to be better for me to go with the radio in the kitchen. Oh, man. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, CW S5 on my Kiwi, and Beverage 10312. No joy for 10312 for Kenneth in Tucson, Arizona. What else do we have? David Ward, CW received on 10311 upper sideband. Cool. John Vargas, nice to have you here. Mike B, no 10311 in Colorado. John Vargas says nothing in South Florida either. RJ Dakota, that's part of my problem. I like to keep things cleaned up. And you get to a point, because let's be honest, it's always nice to have a very clean room where you do your stuff. It feels good. It feels good. Now, this has been such a horrible place in the last 3-4 months that it actually doesn't give me the happiness of wanting to work here. That's why every day I get up with my coffee and I'm like, come on, kick your butt and clean this place. And make it all beautiful, that when you come here, it feels good. You want to work in the room and not go away. John Vargas is going to the WRMI antenna farm in a couple of weeks to have pics. Pretty cool. That'll be a lot of fun. That'll be a lot of fun and joy. I'd like to see that. Ricky says, someone last week asked how many radios we have. I've just realized I undercounted by one. Forgot about my emergency crank-powered radio. Brian Leisner, a 10311, a USB working for him. All radios. Another thing is I'm a total weenie about zapping myself if I make things a wrong move. Well, that's where you need to understand and learn about the rules of, you know, how to work with things. You know, like when you have old radios, one of the biggest things and one of the most dangerous radios are the American 5s. The American 5s, the way they were built, and that's why they were cheap, it's like a Christmas string of lights. The tubes, filament, are all in series, and when you look at the total, it makes 110, 120 volts. So the problem with these is that the chassis is often hot, which means if you touch the chassis and touch something metal that's plugged into the wall socket, you might zap yourself. And this is where I always say, if you have American 5s, if you have old radios, and change the plug, change the power cord, always have polarized power cords, so that when you actually plug them, you can actually plug them so that the chassis is never hot because of the polarized plug. You know that you'll always plug it in the socket correctly, where most old radios don't have a polarized plug. So that means that you have a 50-50 chance of having a hot chassis when you plug it in the wall outlet. You know, I've been zapped. So many times by current. The other thing also about it, old radios, is that you should also, well, there's really some strong, it's like a stanag on the frequency. You should have also a isolation transformer. When you get very serious, you get yourself an isolation transformer. What does that do? Well, when you plug in from the wall outlet, that transformer isolates you from the mains, which means even if the chassis is hot, you can't get zapped by anything because it's a separate circuit that has no link to the mains, so you can't complete a circuit by touching a device, touching a metal, you know, something metal that might be like, you know, your dryer or whatever, and that might be plugged in. So usually somebody gets serious by fixing old radios like that. You get yourself an isolation transformer so that it isolates what you're working on when you're trying to fix things. And this lowers the amount of zapping you can actually get from a radio that you're trying to fix. And yeah, Lake Okeechobee in Florida, the swamp there is like one of the best places for receiving the for transmitting. Sorry. Still going on very strong. WDOJ Pirate. Very strong signal here. 9290 upper sideband. 9290 upper sideband is WDOJ Pirate. Michael Zimmerman, what shortwave frequencies can be picked up in New Zealand? Well, that is something that you have to look at with frequencies, frequency schedules, like with a website like the IBI Space, and look at what's transmitting there. There's a lot of stuff that can be heard, but you need to know the schedules in your area. So you can use a site like this, the IBI Space. Check for what's being broadcast to, like, Australia or Oceania, or even, parts of Asia might make it down to New Zealand. Okay, WDOJ talking about haunted houses. Saying that he got lost in the wall of mirrors somewhere. So WDOJ got lost in the wall of mirrors somewhere. What else do we know? SWL Signals 23 heard on another YouTube channel that VOA has been heard testing on 15460. Anyone heard that yet? Actually, there's been a few broadcasts with just music. No ID. There's no ID, but people are kind of pinpointing the transmitter side to be Greenville, North Carolina. So some been speculating, is that just tests to make sure the transmitters are okay? Or could it be Voice of America broadcast of some sort coming? So we don't know. So some Halloween stuff already starting on Pirates, 9290 kilohertz. Ricky, last weekend or early in the week, there was some kind of STANAG or over-the-horizon radar interfering with CHU on 7850. So rude. Yeah, these guys don't have an idea of where to transmit or not. It's just like, they just transmit. They choose a frequency and that's it, and whatever. Honestly. Mike B, 9290, faint in Colorado. Lagodai, 9290, fairly strong here in Central Virginia. Simon Templar's got a new addiction, a Bamboo Labs A1 3D printer. Before I go sick, finish printing and assembling a mid-sized print project. A replica of Boba Fett's E-33 rifle. Just needs to be painted. Cool. James Farley, when does the winter schedule come out? At the end of this month. Last Sunday of this month, October the 26th, is when the schedules change. Brian Leisner, 9290, coming half decent above the noise, and my radio seems to have kept the last calibration. And usually the receivers, like the Texan receivers, will keep calibration quite well for a while. So this is something that to check out, especially when the frequencies you're tuning aren't that far apart. When you return, usually it's okay. So here's our friend Simon 3D printed art of the rifle right here. So this is something I'd like to have, a 3D printer. For a long time, I've been thinking of, and thank you, Seven Templar, for the PayPal donation, much appreciated. And I'd like to have a 3D printer. I'd see some use for that. Maybe I could print out official SWL channel stands and sell them to you guys. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Brian Leisner's here using his H501X today. Yep. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Some very kind of creepy-ish music. Creepy-ish music on the Pirate. As we are down the chat, I will talk a little more about my little friend, the Retevis A3 quad band transceiver. So I've been playing a lot with it, and I mean, first of all, the lack of really proper manual is a pain in the butt. But I have a hard time giving any positive on this radio, except it does a lot. It should do more, and it should have better audio. But you know, at least this one is made in a proper way. It transmits only on the amateur bands, transmits on 10, 6, 2, and 70 centimeters, but in FM only. And this is the crappy part of it, FM only. I mean, this is a radio that's capable of receiving single sideband. I would love to have single sideband capability on this. I guess, I don't know, maybe I'm asking too much for a $99 US transceiver and wideband receiver. But anyways, I'm still continuing to play with it and learn more. And we'll have an official review and many, many videos coming up. It's just that I'm taking the time to learn more about it before I talk about it. Blogger Die. Old guys like me have pocket calculator stands that work for radios. Yeah, you know, we're just probably a little too, you know, demanding, maybe. Anything that's a stand works, should be used. UTV and Ham, KD9WNV, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Ricky says, notice two things about texting calibration over the years. The accuracy diminishes when you get further away from the frequency. Yep. And it's possible that it could be temperature sensitive. I've not noticed that, but it is totally possible that it could be temperature sensitive. Yeah, calibration. If you calibrate, say, 10,000 kilohertz, and you'd go to another frequency, tune around, come back to 10,000 kilohertz, you're usually pretty much on the same. It usually stays calibrated. But if you're on calibrate on 10,000 and then you want to listen to something on 20,000, you might need to recalibrate slightly because there could be a slight difference. You know, a lot of people are wonder, oh, well, you know, this radio isn't good. You have to recalibrate regularly. You have to, and they don't realize what radios keep calibration perfect. Think about it for a second. Radios that are $1,000 or more. These are the only ones that really stay calibrated because they have the circuits for it. And so when you think about a $200, $300 radio, yes, it's expensive. But you're asking a $300 radio to stay as calibrated as a $2,000 Yaesu transceiver. No, it doesn't work like that. At some point, maybe, you know, there'll be even better circuits, and as time goes by, everything gets better. And that aspect of technology. But just thinking that you achieve that precision in tuning and calibration today is amazing for a radio that, I mean, look at the Texan PL330. Look at the precision you are able to get on the Texan PL330. For the price that it's sold for, it's mind-boggling. I mean, technology has come a long way. You know, I come from the days where all portables drifted. And that if you didn't want a drifting radio, you had to buy a very expensive radio. And you know, it's only when phase lock loop came through and was cheap enough to implement in radios that things got better suddenly. Cool, your TV in hand. Thanks for the donation. The Win 1960. What did you think of my? Oh, your MLA 30 setup was beautiful. I liked it. Win 1960. Diana Ross, nice to have you here. I've been really getting into listening lately and exploring what's out there. Any good radios you'd recommend for catching distant stations and interesting stuff? It depends on how much you want to pay, but there's some excellent inexpensive radios today. There's some more expensive radios that have slightly better options and not mute. What would be your budget, Diana Ross? If you're the real Diana Ross, I guess your budget would be into the thousands of dollars, but I would guess probably not. But there's some great radios. It depends on how much you want to pay and what you want to listen to too. Do you like utilities? Do you want to have utilities or not? Hey, Fred Water, welcome aboard. Mike says, I live very close to WWV here in Colorado. I calibrate my PL330 to all the WWV frequencies. That's good. Simon Templar, I have a Radtel RT880 that I tinker with mainly as a receiver. It receives SSB, AM, FM range. 3 VFOs on screen here one time. Pretty cool. Receive range is 18 to 1,000 megahertz. This Retevis receive range is 100 kilohertz all the way up to 1100 megahertz. It actually has this little, just like, it makes me think of the Texan PL368 or the Conicom GP5, a GP7 SSB, little loop antenna for medium wave, long wave. So it's kind of cool. This antenna is, from my perception, rather crappy. I'm trying to see what I'm going to do. I actually bought some adapters because this is what I hate the most. Every manufacturer does things in his own way. So this Retevis has a connector which is a kind of an inverted connector on the SMA compared to others. So it screws in the connector rather than screwing on the connector. Like usually the radios, like for example the Yaesu has, or even the ICOM ICR 30 has an SMA connector sticking out, and you screw on it. This one is a hole. You screw in the connector. So I ended up buying adapters to make sure that any antenna I have will be able to screw in any radio that I have. And I purchased antennas that are BNC. I'm trying, right now I'm trying different antennas on Amazon. I found a decent antenna on Amazon. This is the one that I will show you. I put it right now on my Pro 92. So this is it comes from Amazon. It's a flexible little antenna, but it has one part here that is a telescopic. You can actually take it down and take it up. It's very cheaply made, but in receive it is surprisingly good. And so I'm playing with some of these. BNC connector for this. This is also why I bought these adapters, so I can use this on other radios. But I'm playing with that. There's a lot of cheap stuff on Amazon. We were talking about the batteries, crappy batteries. There's so much crappy antennas on Amazon also. That also is something you got to be careful. It's just crazy. Just crazy. So, what else do we have? James Farley was. It's so nice to have 10 and 11 meters open now. Yeah, definitely. I have to say that 10 meters has been one of the bands I use a lot, and now that it's fully open is really cool. Joseph, I like utilities. Must be something about being a systems guy. I just like to monitor things and watch how they work. It gets our own little, geek side, basically. Blogger I got FEBC in the Philippines on my PL330 this week, 15515 at 11:30 a.m. local time. So cool. I haven't heard FEBC in quite a long time, honestly. Last time I've heard FEBC was maybe last year. They're kind of hard to get. And boy, do I still miss with the shutdowns and the dismantling of Voice of America. I miss Radio Thailand. Listening to Radio Thailand every evening, or when Propagation at least was good enough. It's so sad. We can still listen to them online on their stream, though. They still have that English broadcast. Fred Water. Simon Templar minus a second receive antenna connector. The receive antenna is a female connector, but the transmit is female on the antenna. Alright. Ricky, I was so happy to find the calibration function of my RSPDX buried deep in the menus. But when you get there, it's the simplest press of a virtual button. Oh, absolutely. As long as you have a good signal, it just does it. That's it. But yeah, that's the problem with these. That's the problem with these with the SDRs and SDR Connect and all of that. Finding what you want is a dreadful difficult. I have to install the new. For those that don't know, SDR Connect has a new version that came out, so I have to. I do have to check that out and install it, because I want to make videos of SDR Connect and try to guide you guys into different things of SDR Connect. So I'm going to be checking that out. Danny, thank you so much for donation through PayPal, and much appreciated. Really, really cool. Thank you so much. And so I need to make a series. I know a lot of people will want me to make a series on these on SDR Uno and where is every setting and how it works. And I think somewhere also that's one of the reasons why SDR Place sent me their network radio. Somewhere they want me to have and make videos, a lot of videos on how it works and everything to help everybody out at the same time. So I'll be checking that out. I want also to I have lying here on the table the HF AirSpy HF Plus Discovery that I need to plug in and play with. Lack of time and just being tired after a day is what makes all of this kind of difficult. But hey, I'll get there. I have to make videos and I have to increase my output for you guys also on the Shortwave channel, for sure. So Gilles Never, nice to have you here. Roaring 2020s. Know anything about a fractal shaped antenna? And hi to see my bear of a man again. Yeah, I've kind of rings a bell. There's something about it that I've seen or read somewhere about that, but I'm not really sure. I don't know anything about it, but there's all sorts of these antennas and antenna shapes and things that are interesting out there. I was actually looking at the possibility of creating maybe, because looking at the new types of antennas I could use maybe on the roof here. I do have access to the roof. As long as I don't break anything, I could put something up on there. And I don't know. I was thinking about something, some kind of a big loop, or I don't know what. But definitely looking at different antennas. But yeah, it rings a bell. Kenneth says that there used to be a Mandelbrot generated antenna. So you see that there are things that are possible. Marvin Motz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Fred Water, yep, short-sighted decision. Actually, it's totally political as a decision, and not even a thought-out decision. It's a political decision. That's it. It only is that, honestly, for VOA. Do you guys see a delay on my audio video? Because there's a delay of I'm back in the chat room, but from a few minutes. But I'm about 2 minutes behind, 3 minutes behind right now. Kenneth, I need to check for an update on firmware and the upgrade of the NRSP ST radio. Yeah, I didn't. I checked mine for a firmware update about a month ago, and it was still at the same level. It was still the same firmware. So they seem to have not. But with a new version of SDR Uno, there could be a new version of SDR Connect, by the way. There could be a new version of firmware to match with it, too. It's something I'll need to check out. Diana Ross, budget about 70 for now, just getting started and mainly want to explore what's out there. Might try utilities later or on once I've got more experience. Well, if you don't want to spend a lot of money, and you mostly because at the first touch of, radio, often you don't want to have, a complicated radio. You don't want to have something that necessarily gets utilities immediately because you don't know what to do anyways. If you don't mind doing it in 2 steps, buy one radio, see how it is, and get a radio with single sideband for utilities later if you like what they do. There are things that are not expensive and are going to do the job for you to receive shortwave and see what's out there in international broadcasts at least. So I would say something like, I don't know, a RadioWow R108 is an example of a radio that you can scan the international broadcast bands and see what's out there. And it's decent, it's sensitive. It could be an interesting little start radio for you. You could do that. If you want to have something immediately that would be, a radio that does it all, well, you could, go maybe to something like a Texan PL 680 is one. You could try that. This is one of the last good old analog PLL receivers and works well. It's a little higher than maybe $70 though. Closer maybe to 100, but that could be something you could check for. And these radios are decent, and they do a job that is surprisingly good for what they are and at the price point. And you'll be able to hear, the international broadcast bands on the one that I posted first, the RadioWow, which I believe also now is available as the Ceudon R108. That one will be in the range of the price you were talking about, but could be very interesting. Dean, KQ4ADG, nice to have you here. If you have access to the roof, look for the Sigma Eurocom SE HFX80 vertical. Requires no ground radials and covers 80 to 6. What I'm scared of a vertical being equal listen everywhere is the noise floor. I would want to try to get something that is kind of like a loop that lowered, like a magnetic loop that lowers the noise around me, because here it's crazy. So I don't know how well that Eurocom antenna would do, but I do have access to the roof. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Marvin Mott says, fractal antennas are small enough to fit inside a cell phone, but impractical at our frequencies. Yeah, the lower you go in frequency, the bigger the antenna is needed, and often it's not always good for the frequencies we try to listen to because of the size that they become. So you guys have a lag between the audio and the video. And we're not talking about the lag because I'm several minutes behind here. So between my video and my audio, there's a difference. Usually I see it in my video when there's a difference. I don't see any differences here at the transmission or the stream, and there's no drop frames, so it's kind of weird. But then again, I do have the new 25H2 version of Windows 11, so if anybody else notices that my video and my audio are out of sync, let me know. David in Barcelona, Spain, welcome aboard EA3IEK. Nice to have you on board. We completed the setup with QTH for the QO100 geo satellite, whose footprint I'm under. Pretty cool, pretty cool. What else do we have? Diana Ross, thanks a lot. Really appreciate you taking the time to help me out. I'll check those out for sure. Yeah, it's that Ceudon / XH Data RadioWow, R108 is surprising. You would have something good here. Okay, no lag. Thank you guys for confirming that it's fine. Because when there is a lag, like for example, if I switch to 4K, total 4K, I know that my computer has a hard time processing it, but I do see the lag on my screen here. So I know that there's a lag. But here, I don't see a lag when I look at myself and talk. It seems to be perfectly synchronized. Usually also means it's synchronized on the stream. So, Blogadai R108, $59.90 on Amazon. Ceudon is $52. So that's in the price range of $70. So thanks guys for letting me know that it's perfect. So it could be on your side. Refresh the stream. Usually if there's a lag, just refresh the stream, restart it. So, Gilles Nouveau, yeah. It's something to look at. I'm, you know. Sorry if I'm not smiling as much. I'm still pissed off at what happened earlier. I gotta take it out of my mind. You guys help me with that. Oh, that's also possible. YouTube regional issue. It is totally possible. Sometimes YouTube could have one problem in a specific area and not in others. That definitely is. Usually when there's a problem with the synchronization, it's to just restart the stream. Tough enough, very slight sync mismatch, but it's barely noticeable. Our dot audio and video fine here in New Jersey, so everything seems to be fine for most. So it's all right. We're all right. Yeah, there could be a very, very small sync problem, but very... So, Matt, what happened earlier, if I may ask? No, it's all right. I'll talk about it. It's okay. So, a lot of you witnessed that. My neighbor right there. This wall is not good at keeping sound out of the other apartment. I mean, we hear everything on the other side. So, the neighbor that's there was sleeping, and she started banging on the wall for me to shut up. I'm in a live show. I'm not going to shut up. But it's like, instead of banging on the freaking wall, how about you go to the door and knock and say, you know, I'm trying to sleep, it's noisy, blah, 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 and we can talk with civilized people. So that just made me get out of my zone, and I just got real mad. Everybody saw me yell at across, like, no, you're not going to do this to me. So I went and knocked on her door and said, look, I'm doing a live show, and this is going to go on as long as it goes. I'm you know, it's afternoon here. So, you know what? I'm sorry you're sleeping, but hey, that's life. So it pissed me off a lot, and it never happened actually here, ever. And that pissed me off a lot earlier, and I'm still pissed off. I need to get it out of my mind. James Farley, I see the new UV5R Mini is very clean at transmitting. Yeah, the Baofangs are surprising for that, and there's something that you guys don't know that I've started reading, and it didn't even come through a radio thing. It came through a tech news channel that I use for my tech channel. And they were saying that the U.S. government and many countries are thinking of banning these Baofangs because they transmit everywhere. They are illegal. So if anybody wants one, I think you got to do it now. Can tell you that. Hubert, bonjour. Nice to have you on board. And what does... whoops, I lost the spot. With all due respect to everybody on the chat, I don't see any of the lag that some are referring to, yeah. Some of it sometimes has to do with the PC. Some of it was due with YouTube. Some of it, there's so much stuff that could do lags everywhere. Yeah, I know. Mine is a terrible thing. I actually know it too much. My brain is constant. It's like constant like, you know, high speed, which is the worst thing you want. The worst thing you want. So, tough and love. Nice to have you here. Danny, the banging was not in sync. Bert says, I used to live in an apartment where the guy upstairs would stomp up and down when he didn't like me having a radio on. Yeah. Man, your Madrid DXer, your voice is perfectly resonant with your audio. 1-to-1 SWR reading. I like that. IB, you're sitting in your own home having conversation on a Saturday afternoon into an evening. Your neighbors should be happy that you don't turn on all those radios at the same time. You know, what's the worst part of this is I am very respectful. So, yeah, I hear her coming from work at midnight. She comes home from work at midnight. At midnight, I am still up here in my room. But do you know what I do? If I want to listen to some YouTube or anything, I've got these. And if I want to do amateur radio at 1 in the morning, I'm not going to pick up my microphone. I do FT8 because it's quiet. And I do that out of respect of the neighbor. So when the neighbor bangs on, like, you got to shut up, it doesn't work for me. It's like, come on, okay? I do my best to not annoy you. Don't annoy me because I'm get real mad and real bad when you do that. You guys don't know my temper. When somebody annoys me to the point where I get bad, oh God, you don't want to see it. What else do we have? She'll never, all people need to be good. If they can't be good, they need to be careful. Yeah. So, you know. She'll never, I don't think you'd hurt anyone, but I wouldn't want to cross you. One of my best friends one day, I don't know, we were talking, he got into some kind of, rant, and he's talking to me about it and everything, and he's annoyed, and then he says, I don't want to see you into a rant with me, because with the size that you have, I think it's not a good idea. I said, nah, I'm not a physical violent guy unless it's absolutely necessary. If you jump on me, I'll jump back, but most of all that happens is verbal. Last week I had a faulty tube that made the sync a problem. Oh, God. I changed the tube on my All-American 5s, and now your audio is in sync with the video. It could be Bluetooth. If you're using a Bluetooth speaker, yes, there could be a delay caused by that Bluetooth link. It is possible that happens. I'm a little mad. I updated my Samsung phone to the latest version, and man, my wireless earbuds crashes all the time. I have to turn off Bluetooth, turn on Bluetooth, so they repair and then play the music I want to play. And it was like it's driving me nuts. Mike WX50, I would not deal well with shared walls. My stereo tends to go high volume. Yeah. This is where, having your own home or having a condo that has good isolation for the sound is important. But, here is like, these, it's a 1950s building that was built, I know that. What I miss is the old lady that actually lived here for 20 years out of the 25 that I've been here. She was deaf. So it was so funny because she did not hear very well, so you had to yell when you talked at her. And I would tell her, I'm the kind of guy that does that. If I do a Christmas party, I do a birthday party, I go and tell the neighbors, look, I'm very sorry, but this Saturday night there's going to be a lot of noise because it's my birthday party. There'll be people over. So, people know in advance. Because in return, if they want to do a party, go for it. Just let me know what day. Go for it. Maybe I'll go to the karaoke bar and have fun instead, So I tell her, I said, I'm going to have a birthday party. It's going to be maybe a little loud. Next day, she's like, oh, you didn't have your birthday party? I said, yeah, I did. Well, I didn't hear a thing. Of course, she's deaf. She was like 60% deaf, Yeah, you didn't hear anything for sure. It's just so funny. She was like, that lady lived in that apartment until she was 94 years old. And she was always telling everybody, I would not have lived here if it was not for Gilles. If there's something I couldn't understand or something was wrong, I'd go. She would knock here and say, I don't know why my TV's not working. I don't know why I don't have any heating, or I don't know why I don't have any hot water. It's like, okay, let me check. Oh, the breaker just flipped, and she was telling everybody, she said, I would not have stayed here without Gilles, being so nice to me. And so she had a handicapped son, and every Christmas he would be spending 3 or 4 days with her. And every Christmas Eve, I had my parties here, and I had food for like 20 people. I would always tell her, I said, Christmas Eve, don't do anything. I'm going to bring you and your son a plate of Christmas, dinner that I have. And it's like every, 1 or 2 days later, I would see her and she would like, oh, your food was so good. What was the sting? What was that? What were the yellow stuff that was here? And it was like, and I would explain to her all the food and said, oh man, it was just so good. So she was happy, and her son too is like, she had the little Christmas dinner. I miss her. She died apparently about 2 years ago. I met her daughter. She actually, the daughter, because I would never recognize her. The daughter recognized me, and she said, "Oh, hi, remember next door neighbor?" So I was, yeah. And she said, "Well, my mom died, last year." I was like, "Oh, so sad." But I miss her. That was great. Matt says, don't make Gilles angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. No, I'm not a good guy to be around angry. That's for sure. That's for sure. Mike B says, perhaps your neighbor just needs a radio to play some soothing tones, add some white background noise. Yeah, or, just have some kind of earplugs or stuff. What else do we have? Mike WX50, I was listening to some old ZZ Top recently. Toast and Loaf, I don't think I can turn my stereo up loud enough for my neighbors to hear inside their house. I need new speakers. That's the reason I don't play guitar. Because if I play guitar, it's plugged in a Marshall Valve State 80 watt amp. And if you ever played electric guitar, when does it sound good? Especially because that's an old amp. The reverb is a spring. It's not an electronic reverb. So that means if you want to have the reverb really going well, and you want to have the amp really sounding good, you got to pump up that volume. So that's why I don't play guitar, because it's like my neighbor is going to go nuts. Warlock, so you were doing the landlord's job without being paid? Actually, I am paid for some stuff. I do shovel in the winter, clean the stairs, and I mow the lawn. So I do have some money off the rent to pay that. Matt, WMV World Madagascar World Voice Radio Feta booming in on 11610, while 9290 is still going in. I mean, that started at 19 UT, but it's much weaker now here. But it's there. So let's check out Madagascar World Voice. That usually comes in really well. Oh man, that is so strong. So strong right now. Pretty good. RJ Dakota, the old Technics that I still have is an 80 watt per channel unit with infinity speakers from before I was retired. The funniest moment with very loud music was when I was a teenager. I had my first sound system that I paid with my first job, and I had my first CD player, and I put a CD and I pumped up that volume real high, and it knocks on the door. I'm like, oh god, the neighbors are going to complain. So I put the volume down. The neighbor has a cassette tape, and she looks at me, she says, can you record that album on a cassette tape for me? That was good. Matt says, good music on Radio Nacional Amazonas 11780. That's good. Blagodai has 11610 on his PL660 with a telescopic antenna. That's good. Pretty good. Kenneth, pump up the volume. Dance, dance. Oh, God. Rock and Ron, nice to have you here. Finally got Saturday off from work. It's good to see you live. It's nice to have you here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Ken, my Sony is 100 watts per channel with Kenwood speakers. Hurts my ear above too. Yeah, my sound system was 100 watts per channel too back in the day. I mean, unless you live alone in your house, you don't put that too high on in an apartment building. Warlock, a pal of mine would put no music on, but we pushed up the volume and could taxis being dispatched. You heard taxis being dispatched to the stylus of his turntable. Pretty cool. My WX50, the older I get, the more I appreciate music at a lower volume. Yeah. You know, I think it's different for everybody. I am deaf, and I know I am deaf, personally. I had tests done. I did tests with my phone that, these apps that test your. And I know it's because I was a Walkman guy, and I listened to music. Plus, when I was a teenager, my parents were in the living room, so if I listened to music, it was always earphones. But I always would put the volume real high. And I do know that I am deaf because of all of that and all the concerts I've seen. This week I'm going to see Bryan Adams on Wednesday at the Bell Center. I know I'm deaf because of all of that. Not deaf enough to not hear anything. Deaf enough that if I sit with you in a bar and we're talking, I might sit closer to you so you can talk closer to my ear because I don't understand what you're saying. And I continue. I'm like, you know what? I got my earbuds. My phone is constantly displaying, lowers the volume and constantly displays, the level of sound that you're playing your music right now. is unhealthy. You could get, I know, I know. And every time I see my phone, I'm like, oh, shut up and put the volume up. But yeah, I do have some hearing loss because of all of that. And radio, all the static. And sometimes we pump up that volume on the radio because you're hearing that faint signal trying to identify something. I don't know up to what point the radio listening could also have impacted my hearing. For a long time, I listened to their shortwave radio with earphones. That could have an impact also. That Marvin Mott's loudness contour button makes music guitar sound better at low volume. Yeah. But hey, you're a rock and roll guy. What does a rock and roll guy want? Let's pump up that volume. I know. I couldn't turn my volume on my stereo more than almost halfway. I would have go deaf if I did that. Ditto 1958. Here in Wisconsin, shortwave was very dead the past few days. Opened up a little today, and yet Madagascar. This week we had almost a full week of geomagnetic storming. Shortwave was very, very bad most of the days. You know what's interesting? Is they sell us these sound systems with 100 watts per channel, and Toshinov has a good comment here saying that just a few watts is enough, and I've had many radios with just 5 watts or 10 watts of power with very good audio, and definitely in an apartment and even in a house, it's almost it's quite enough. It's loud. It's enough power. You don't need 100 watts. We have a little picture here from our friend that sent us radios and beer. I believe it's Mike B. So here's the picture. Nice little setup. Nice little beer to enjoy radio. I do have tinnitus. It's constant. It's in my ears. It's constant. It's been constant for years. Donald Waddle, nice to have you here from Central Illinois, KB9BPT. Oh, Jill Neville says even the ads have the lag, so that means it's a YouTube problem. I do know. Wow. Banging my glass does a lot of effect on the microphone. I didn't see that. I understood what real deafness was with with the father of a friend of mine. He was, I guess, back then in his 70s-ish, and he worked with heavy machinery. But, in the ages of like 1950, 60, there was not that protection gear. It didn't exist, or if it did, nobody was wearing it. So all of his heavy machinery was so loud. And one day, we were talking about that for some reason, and he told me, and so I told him, I said, how do you notice you're deaf? And he said, I do not hear because often the higher frequencies are what goes before. He said, I do not hear birds singing anymore when I go outside. Never. I was like, oh, wow. So I'm deaf, but I still hear the birds. So I'm not at that level deaf. But I remember saying, oh, wow. And I remember we were in his backyard, and I said, listen. And he said, I don't hear anything. And I remember I was hearing a bird sing. And I said, you don't hear the bird? And he said, I don't hear anything. Okay, because right now there's a bird singing, and I could hear it. So Mike B, setup and beer. Thanks for sharing. Danny Shortwave, greetings. Nice to have you here from Yonkers, New York. Ditto 1958, big and loud hi-fi stereo systems. That's a cultural thing that really has come and gone. Back in the 70s and 80s, owning and using one was a must. These days it's hard to get away with loud music. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely it's different. You know, back in the day, look at Radio Shack catalog. What did Radio Shack advertise when you went to the stereo systems? 100 watts per channel and clear and loud music and sounds and frequencies of 0 to 20,000 hertz. And that was the advertising. It's like, oh, this is powerful. And it's like, yeah, we don't need 100 watts per channel. I remember when I played music with a couple of bands, and I was 19. This is where today when you hear stories of deaf musicians, of course, nobody told me that, when you get on stage and play, that drum's gonna pound your freaking ears really bad, and that the volumes of all the amps are just gonna drive you nuts. I remember still the first time I played the song, and I was like, wow, this was so freaking loud. It would hurt my ears. So I guess today, and this is probably a lot of what we see. I think today a lot of the musicians, if not most of them, wear these earbuds that kind of lower the amount of sound around you because it's just too loud. Mike WX50, I blame my tinnitus on a Cheap Trick concert in the early 80s. Was way too close to the monitor. Oh, yeah. The monster speakers. You know what? I had the loudest experience I've ever had in a concert. The Pretenders in 1985. They just had that Get Close album with that hit, Don't Get Me Wrong. And first act on that was a funny part. So I get there, I sit there, I'm with my brother. In front of us, there's like these punks with, the real punks with the hair that's just like a straight line right up. And the first act is Iggy Pop, which I had never seen in concert. And it was okay. And I still remember I didn't know back then. I was so amazed when he started singing China Girl from David Bowie, exactly like David Bowie. I mean, the same deep voice. And it's like, oh, I didn't know that, I knew later that's his song that David Bowie made popular. All right. But when Iggy Pop got out the stage, the two punk guys in front of me just left. It was like, we don't want no pretenders. We were here for Iggy Pop. But when Chrissy Hynde came on stage and the Pretenders started playing, God, that's the loudest concert I've ever heard in my life. I couldn't hear cars in the street, or barely hear them, when we went out of that concert. It was totally nuts. I just couldn't believe it, of how deaf I was when that happened. Uh-huh. Blogger, I think everybody I know has hearing aids. Yeah. Northern Lights have been great the last few days. Yeah, those that could see them. Absolutely. I mean, we had a lot of geomagnetic storming. Kenneth, I listened to Shortwave with radio with AGC off. Yep. Ouch. Anyone DX digital TV signals from long distance? I emailed them, got one answer why I could. I know that, there was one guy, that HCJB guy, used to DX analog TV and also analog digital TV. Some people apparently do. But I've not seen much about that since then. Bob from Wick, nice to have you on board. Yes, a D109WB, absolutely. Ditto, 1958, okay. My WX50, my average AVR is a Denon AVR. X4700H, 125 watts, overkill audio-wise. Yep. Fred Water, there was a comedy skit on Shortwave a few years ago, 1980s. Guy was trying to hear some obscure signal like Tristan da Cunha, and just as it came on, Radio Moscow signed on with 500 kilowatts and blew up his radio. Oh man. David Ward, 11610, booming in Texas. That's from Madagascar Relay. So it's far away. Glenn Danzer, nice to have you here. Marvin Motts, you need to get smart cone of silence. So, let me just go where? Let's go back up here. Okay, there we go. Hearing birds singing with a megaphone. So, Gilles, what is 11610 on the upper? So, 11610 is Madagascar World Voice, which is actually KNLS Alaska, but transmitting from Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. So, like from here in Montreal, Madagascar is like 13,000 kilometers away. So that comes from Madagascar. That transmitter site is amazing. 7 Templar, weak signal from Sound of Hope on 13640, which I would. So, that's saying it's not. I don't hear anything here, but it could be a CNR1 jammer over it. China radio jammer. Ditto 58 says, my hearing is still pretty damn good at 67, but one thing I don't really hear is crickets in August. Oh, that's interesting. So you probably have some of the higher frequencies that are not there anymore. Jean Arrache, my grandfather, became deaf because of machines at work. Talking to him was a nightmare, and even hearing aids didn't do much for him. Yeah. I mean, there was a time where there was they didn't care. You would be in an environment with tons of machinery, and there's and not counting the very masculine male that thinks he's better than everybody else, and he's Hulk, that does not put his protection gear because he thinks he's better than everyone. But that's a different style of person. Danny Shortwave in the Radius DX says, I have some permanent hearing loss. My wife always complains that I talk loud. I was a jet engine mechanic and also a subway railcar technician. I can just imagine a jet engine noise and the subway noise. Look, and of course, you know, look, we do what we do in life, and sometimes we don't take care of ourselves, or we don't believe that it's going to impact. And we get older, and then we suddenly realize, okay, it did impact. So, oh wow, so beautiful. These are pictures from summits on the air from our friend WF7I Homebrew, Bert in Virginia. Look at that, guys. This is so beautiful. The antenna, and look at that. I'd love to be there. This is so cool. So cool. Imagine transmitting signals from there, how you feel. And this is gear. So here's another picture from that. Pretty cool. Thanks for sharing, Bert. I'm still amazed at that picture of the antenna up there on the top. Oh man, so cool. So cool. So this was Sharp Top Mountain in Virginia. I did 6 watt into a vertical and with the FT818. Cool. Kenneth, yeah, a lot of people miss Radio Netherlands. MDK2, remember the Memorex cassette tape ads with the guy in the chair being literally blown away in fidelity. Oh yeah, I remember that. Absolutely. Oh God. Close enough. I have good hearing, but I can't hear frequencies above 12. That is not good hearing. Good hearing is you hear at least up to 14, 15 kilohertz. What you perceive as good hearing is that the standard frequencies like human voice is good. But even as we're getting older, we should technically be hearing higher than 12 kilohertz. Up to 14, 15 kilohertz, not necessarily 20,000 hertz or 20 kilohertz, but we should be hearing higher than 12. So you do have hearing loss. Kenneth, go on YouTube and see how Pete Townsend lost most of his hearing on the Smothers Brothers Hour show. Look, there's so many. That's one of the reasons why the singer of AC/DC left. He couldn't hear anything anymore. Gilles Nebeau. Yeah. I mean, when we talk about stuff, it's like, well, of course, I'd rather lose my hearing than lose my sight. Losing my sight would be horrible. When you've been, when you were born blind, you never knew what it was. I can imagine how horrible and depressing it is to be blind after you have seen for a big chunk of your life. I would still rather lose my hearing than my vision. But I would not want to lose any of them anyways, because I can just imagine, wow, never hearing music again, for example. It's like, not sure I want that, Mike WX50, wow, Iggy Pop and the Pretenders must have been quite a show. Oh, it was amazing. It was amazing. In 85. I think it cost something like $15 a ticket. It was like cheap and just amazing. One of the best souvenirs of some shows that I've had. I've had a few that are like memorable. I've seen a lot of concerts, but I only can say on like one hand real cool concerts that I will never forget. That one is one of them. Iggy Pop and the Pretenders. Tori, nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. The Ramones with the world's loudest band. Yeah. Hey, Paul, Paul, AA1SU from Vermont. Nice to have you on board. Just got home from a 2-day Amfest in New Hampshire called Nearfest. Any finds? Anything you buy? I go up to about 10 or 11 kilohertz and it stops pretty much. So I'm not on here much. Jill never lived across from cement company as a kid. Trucks came in evening and padded cement. You know, I was you made me think about something that I always thought about. We talk about these towns or these cities where the majority of people worked in a factory that would belch out filth in the sky, and people get sick. One of the things that I was reading here in the newspaper in the S3 region of Quebec, there's a unusually high amount of people that have ALS and muscular dystrophy in a very small area, and it's higher than the rest of the province. And of course, there's a lot of those people worked or lived near a factory that made paper. And so, people are trying to make a link. Is that factory responsible? I grew up where there was a cement factory where they were actually every night there were these two big chimneys that I could see from my backyard belching out big black smoke, often coming in my direction. And I was like, wow, I lived through that. Maybe someday I could be sick as I get older because of all of that. I don't know. But, it's things that today we look at that more, because today we look at, how much pollution is in what we eat, what we look at, the air we breathe, and so on. But back then, it was like, yeah, hey, let's just belch out smoke. That's all right. Kenneth, when I was younger, I used to hear the Hertz oscillator on CRT TVs before I heard the TV audio. Oh, I don't know, I would hear it today, but do you guys remember when a transistor went bad on a TV that would start to oscillate, or something was wrong with the circuit, and would hear that very, very high-pitched tone when the TV turned on? That was constantly there, and I was like, wow, this is annoying. And I remember because my uncle, André from Sainte-Thérèse up north of Montreal, he'd come home and said, oh, your whatever oscillator circuit is going bad. A transistor has started oscillating. Your TV needs to be fixed. And I mean, the TV would still work, but we'd hear that very, very high-pitched little whine, sometimes loud enough that it would be actually annoying to watch the TV. It was actually annoying to watch the TV because you'd hear that tone that was so annoying, much more than the TV itself. And I remember that from those. Sometimes it was intermittent. Sometimes, like, the TV was on, everything was fine, and suddenly that really high-pitched tone would start. And I was like, oh, God, it's starting again. And usually that was when the circuit was starting to go bad, like it was going out of sync or something. But, Yeah, I know, Joel. We do that regularly here on the show, going off. We're going off the subject. 11780 booming in Central Texas, and it's probably booming in here. Of course, we have our station, which is Brazil, it's usually on Saturday nights. Often they have beautiful music. Radio Nacional Amazonas, very strong right now. Well, some really strong 11855. Something really strong. What's on 11855? $11,855. What's that? 11855. 23 UT. China radio in Spanish. And 12085, what's that? Some Asian signals coming in. Propagation not too bad tonight. China radio once again in Mongolian. Direct from China. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Some interesting signals on 25 meters. Might be some Motorhead live, and I think my ears are still ringing a little. Jeff K, nice to have you here, and 2ZNN. Okay. Video radio just dabbled in a little selling and buying. I did pick up an Alecrafters R46B speaker. It's 3.2 ohm and matches two of my boat anchor receivers. That's cool. You know, that reminds me of an old radio that I had. When I was a teenager, there are tons of things I didn't know. One of them about matching the impedance of audio outputs. And I put a speaker on a receiver. So the receiver was nominal 8 ohms. And I put a speaker that I didn't know, but it was like 4 ohms. And worked for like 2 hours. And suddenly the audio went dead. And I just blew the output of the audio because of mismatch. 15750. Let's see if I hear anything here. Nothing here. I just see the 15770 WRMI frequency though. Brian Leisner, back in the day when I repaired TVs, I could hear the horizontal oscillator. Not anymore. Yep. RJ Dakota, that 15750 hertz tone would really hurt. All right, Bert, WF7I, have a good dinner. Mike B, 11780, Southwest Colorado. Close enough and pretty solid carry on LE1855, but weak. Sean Arash, what frequency would dogs still hear a tone but not a human? Oh man, dogs hear more than 20,000 hertz. They hear higher than us. I made an experiment with Paul the cat with my apps and started playing with one of the apps where you put a tone on your there's an app called Dog Whistle, if I'm not mistaken, on the App Store. And I was curious if it worked. I can tell you one thing. I would put like 22,000 hertz start, and Paul the cat would just like look at me and like, what's that? And I did that. You could hear very high, like dogs. And I was amazed. I was like, wow, I didn't hear anything. But my cat was like, this is annoying, stop it. I can tell you that. Mr. Blackpool, nice to have you here. I've not tuned in for a while. Hope you're okay. Yeah, and pretty good. Nice to have you guys here. Always nice to have you here. Mike B doing an ETM scan on SPL330. Oh, I love this feature too. I remember when I got the PL330, it was the first radio I think that had ETM, and I was like, this is a gimmick. They're trying to sell us some kind of feature. This is a gimmick. Until I used it and I was like, no, this is not a gimmick. This is so cool. Scanning the international broadcast bands in search of signals is great. But I can tell you one thing, RJ Dakota, is my cat was looking at me with eyes that said, stop that, it is freaking annoying. Absolutely, he was very, very annoyed at what I had there and what I was actually doing with my phone. But it was an interesting experiment. It was interesting to see how well and how high in frequency compared to us that they hear. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. But he was very annoyed. That, and if you put like little like cat meows of all sorts, he just looks at you like, what are you doing? This is annoying. Stop it. So, any other pirates right now? Just out of curiosity. NID on, okay, there's Tones on 6950, and there's NID on 6955. So I don't know if I'm going to hear anything here in USB. Not hearing anything there. Hearing WWV on 15. Well, still hearing it on 25, very, very weak. WWV on 25, still making it to the East Coast here. I wonder if dogs lose some high frequencies as they age like humans. The aging factor, yes. Dogs probably hear less higher frequencies for age reasons, like us. We get older, we lose some capabilities. But they still will hear much higher frequencies than we do. That's for sure. That is for sure. Yeah, I like to do that too. Like, looking at, what can hear. And, that's the fun experiment we can do today that we could not do back in the day. Also, it's interesting to see that these things, actually, their audio output is much higher frequency than just human hear. This is amazing. Warlock, your Yizu is the FTDX10. Yep, absolutely. FTDX10. FTDX10. Jeff K, wonder what cheese wrapper frequencies are. Oh, my cat hears the little bag of treats, and sometimes, and that's the funniest part, if I open a bag of chips or a bag of something else, he'll like come in and look at me like, no, they're not cat treats, it's something else. Seven Templar, 6950 and 6955, both quiet here. Yeah, I didn't hear it here too. Mike B, I use a wide bandwidth and hidden feature to slow the scan down of the ATM. It gets more that way. Yeah, I'm sure. Last time I heard the buzzer was, what, a week ago? I heard it last week. And I heard it in the last month more than I heard the buzzer in the last year. Dawson Love can hear 20 but not 25. It's possible that 25 is skipping over. It must have a pretty big skip zone on that high frequency. Toslov, the make little ultrasonic receivers addicting bats, other things up to 100 kHz or so. Mike B, my border collie went deaf in old age. She lost the ability to hear almost all frequencies. Yeah, there's I have a few friends that have deaf dogs. It's like weird. RJ Dakota, I can only hear a carrier on 25 megahertz. Fred Water, Blue Jays lost. Just beat the Yankees. Sorry, I was so used to saying lost. They won. Oh, Cosmic Lettuce is here. I didn't see him. Cosmic Lettuce. Nice to have all of you here. Oh yeah. Opening a can of food it's every cat hears that. They're just like, oh wow, food, it's here. Yeah, often they have these ratings, microphones, speakers, and all of that are within a range, but often that range is just for us human ears. But when you go for it, they often do much more than just what frequency range they were officially adapted for. Looking at what's out there. So preamp is okay. Okay. Check out what's on the 31 meter band, maybe. Check it out. Fred Water, my cat has the reflexes of, well, a cat when he hears the can opener. James Farley, 8764. Paul the cat is interesting because he's jealous of one thing. I open a can of food sometimes because Marcus, the neighbor's cat, wants food, and I open a can of food, and he comes up in the kitchen and looks at his bowl, empty bowl, and he's like, "What did you do with my food?" I was like, "Well, I threw it at the neighbor's cat." 13089, upper sideband. This is the U.S. Coast Guard weather. Marine weather. 8764. 8764 is amazingly strong. It's interesting, 6501 is pretty much not there. So the strongest is 8764, but 13089 is coming in too. So this is the U.S. Coast Guard weather, and this is from at this time 23 right now, so 2315 to 015 from Chesapeake, Virginia, on all of the frequencies that we just talked about. 13089 also, I believe. Chesapeake, Virginia at this time. So 13089, 8764, and 6501 are frequencies to try for. Chesapeake, Virginia weather, marine weather, right now. Cosmic Lettuce, I hope the AI overlords are like benevolent pet owners. There was a Cosmic Lettuce, there was a post that I put on my Facebook wall, and it's Sarah Connor, and you know those CAPTCHA things where you have to click bridges or buses or whatever to show you're a human. It says, please click all Sarah Connor pictures in here. And below it, there's a text that says, no, AI, you're not going to work on this. I'm not going to click Sarah Connor, the leader of the resistance against you. I will never identify her. Oh, God. What else do we have? HCJB Dakota, your iPhone microphone can go up to 25,000 hertz, no farther. Yeah, depends on the phone, depends on the devices. RJ Dakota, my cat likes tuna, but like real salmon, he just smells it and is like, nope, I don't want that. I'm like, come on, I get the best quality of it. It's like, what do you don't like? Tuna is the only thing you will actually eat. No other fish at all. Toast and Love, 13089, pretty strong in Alabama. Fredwater, in the 80s, I had a dog I called Teddy, the de-Xing dog. He would go nuts when he heard the interval signal of Radio RSA or Rai Italy. Huh. I had a cockatiel bird. You know these birds with the little, up, like, they're really cute. And when I put Rai Italy, he would go nuts in his cage. He was like, oh, wow, I got friends. David Ward says 8764 and 13089 strong here in Texas. Cosmic Lettuce. Highest frequency is half the sampling rate. Mike B, 13089 in Colorado. RJ Dakota, my sister used to play a violin, which used to drive our dog crazy. Yeah, Paul the Cat, except for the fact that I put high frequencies and he's like, are you serious? Turn that off, it's annoying. He doesn't really care about anything else. He's like, nah, meh. He's a meh cat. He's like, yeah. Been here. Paul the Cat is been here, done that. Anything else? Might be 8764 and Colorado. Shelley, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Been away for so long. Good to see your face and familiar names. Nice to have you here, Shelley. You're always welcome. RJ Dakota, 13089, coming in well here. I'm surprised that the Coast Guard isn't shut down by the U.S. shutdown. Still continuing. That's good news. I guess it's one of those maybe that are like just not, you know, being paid while doing work, which is crap. Anything else that we have here to listen to? Let's check it out here. Okay. And any other parts on HF Underground? HF Underground. Propagation is really changing as we see here. We're going into fall. Pretty amazing. So nothing else. Art Bell Speaks Radio 6950. Didn't hear anything there. So not hearing much right now on 6955, but there are new posts where people at 2330 on ID 6955, 6950 upper sideband. If you guys want to try that, there's some stuff there apparently. RJ Dakota 13089 coming in. Wow. Sean Arash, testing my own ears. I can go up to 12,350 before I couldn't hear anything. Yeah, that's the usual deafness of age. You're deaf up to a certain point. I don't know what are the recommendation. What would be the frequencies we should hear at 50 or 60 or 70 years of age? Anything else here? Let's check frequencies. I go 13. Oh, so 8764. Let's go to 9,000. 9,000. We'll start with some tuning up. Okay, let's see what we hear around 31 meter band. WINB in Red Lion, Pennsylvania, 9265. And I got a QSL from WINB from the 80s on 15145. 15145 from like 1984. I can tell you that. Dave Vosh, 9445, Voice of Korea. Let's go up here. So, World's Last Crap, which I've always... if you should see the number of people saying, well, you should stop calling it World's Last Crap. What do you want me to call Flat Earth shit programming? World's Last Crap. 9350, very strong, which I believe is WWCR, right? 9350. WWCR should improve its programming and have less religious crap, too. 2350 is... That's interesting. 350. Oh, here we go. WWCR, yep. A350. WRMI on 93.95. Still reminds me, you remember that 24-hour shortwave radio station that should have been on 93.95? What was it called? I don't remember the name. Nothing on 9455. 9445, sorry. 9455 is WRMI again. Something weak on 9470. 9470. Which would be China National Radio 1, apparently. Okay. Brains listener 6955. I hear the Doors. Okay. RJ Dakota 8764. Excellent. 94 Tulsa Love 9455 strong. VK Radio. That's 9 plus 20 on 8764. RJ Dakota. The Doors. The Soft Parade. Blogger Dice says Norfolk. Yeah, that's why you're very, very close. I'm sorry, Kenneth, but the world is made in the shape of a hot dog. We all know that. Mike B 14670 in Colorado. Wow, are you lucky? I heard 14670 CHU once in my whole life in a very, very unique propagation. And it was very strong. It's the only time I've ever heard it. $9665, not very strong. 9665. Which I believe is a Radio Voz Missionaria. 96665. Yeah, Radio Voz Missionaria from Brazil. $9865, which sounds in Mandarin. 9865 in Mandarin is China Radio International from China, of course. Of course. $99.30 is WTWW. $10,000 WWV, but I have the impression, wow. The impression of two tones. Could it be hearing Hawaii also? Just out of curiosity. I had the impression of hearing two tones. No, I'm hearing really just WWV. Unless I'm hearing something else with it from, I know Italy's on 10,000 kilohertz. So, interesting. Dave Vosh, Thursday night around 23 UTC. I think the frequency was 5900. I don't have logbook in my broadcasting. Yeah, that's from Bulgaria. 5900 is the Bulgaria frequency, Dave Vosh. You were hearing the broadcast from there. So you got RWM in Denver. Let's try it out here. Let's put CW low. Do I hear? Oh, it's very weak. I hear it very, very, very weak. There's a constant tone right now. Very, very weak, but it's there. Definitely. John Vargas, 15670 in South Florida. Let's see if I hear the Pirates here. I'm going to put myself in upper sideband. Go back down. 695. Oh, wow, that is good.
I'm operating a fully automated station powered by blockchain AI. It curates contacts based on engagement metrics and emotional resonance. It pushes targeted ads to other hams mid-QSO. Isn't that great? I'm also developing
6950 is very strong here in Montreal. Upper sideband.
virtual coax for real money. We promise our transmissions will always be at least 49% or
Jeff K trying to talk the wife into why I need an ICOM 7300 or ESU 991A. So far, negotiations are at a standstill. So you're in a shutdown, Jeff K. You're in the shutdown. That's. You need to buy me this before you get that. Is the shutdown reason.
Okay, that's it for today's show. As always, you can hear me on the 43-meter band whenever I get to the 60 band. So, until the next hand test, for the love of God, take a shower and wash your fucking clothes. Consider actually walking down to the fucking dumpster. So, your inability to make it will make you shit the town. And finally, remember to keep it weird, folks. 43 meters here.
So 6950. Wow, that one was pretty strong. David Ward, WWV so strong it's wiping 996. That's why you go to 9996, David Ward, and you put lower sideband on 9997. You go to 9997 lower sideband, and you're gonna be quiet on 9996. Man, that song playing on 6950, I have the impression of playing the Secret of Monkey Island. Yeah, I'm waiting to see that goes off 2329 before I can say that I'm getting RD on it for sure. So check it out. Tosalov, I didn't know WWVH doesn't transmit on 25 until recently. I had heard of female voice one time, but it was special signal announcement. Oh, you heard the 8-minute. On the 8-minute, there's a voice, a female voice. Or on the 7-minute, saying that they're doing a special transmission. WWVH transmits only on 2.5, 5, 10, and 15. It's not on 20, it's not on 25. Yeah, Cosmic Lettuce, long live WWV, absolutely. Thank you, London 19657 for the donation. Jeff K, she wants a car, so you'll have to buy a car, and you'll get your favorite radio. Come on, go for it. Have her get her car and buy your radio. You have one life to live. One life to live. Come on, she'll be happy. She's going to love you even more. And you'll be happy and love her even more. Cool, Matt. You're hearing the RWM Moscow. Brian Lisner, 6950, Art Bell outro. Kenneth, Earring, 6950. RJ Dakota, try 6955. There's something there. It's not super strong, but it's definitely there. There's some... Oh, here it is. It's better. Oh, wow, it's... Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix. 6955 coming in quite strong. Matt says, okay, Brian Leisner, 6950 to Art Bell outro. Kenneth, 1650 to Durzon. RJ Dakota, hearing Jimi Hendrix on 6955 right now. David Ward, 9997 LSB works. Yep, that's a trick. That's a trick. Lower sideband, it sends you lower than the frequency above. Upper sideband sends you up. This is a tricky. Everybody needs to know. You're in a tight spot, trying to hear something. Even in a broadcast, international broadcast. For example, Turkey, 11785. You have a hard time because Brazil's on 11780. You go on 11785 and you tune it in upper sideband rather than in AM mode. Upper sideband. It's up from the frequency that's interfering. You're going to have a better listen. It's a very important trick to notice. Upper, go out from the frequency. Lower, go down from the frequency that's interfering. Cosmic Lettuce, WWV 8-minute test is awesome. Yeah, and you can participate in their propagation experiment with that, because there's a propagation experiment. Jim CNY3, car is full shack. Matt, sometimes when I go on a hike, I gain enough elevation to copy all 6 WWV frequencies via ground wave. That's kind of cool, though, when you think about it. Honestly, it is kind of cool. It is kind of cool. David Ward, thank you so much for the tip. Matt, if you get within true ground wave range, they all come in full strength. If I'm up on a high hill, that's not always the case across all frequencies. I have ground wave from CHU on 3330. That's the one that one is 24 hours here, and in the daytime it's ground wave. 7850 on high solar activity. I hear it in the daytime. 14670. I heard it once because of very weird propagation conditions. Oh, Dave Vosh, you have no idea that the Chinese have an amazing amount of transmitters. It's crazy. I would probably safely say there's more transmitters in China than a whole world reunited together. And I would probably not be far off when you look at the amount of frequencies they transmit at the same time. James Farley, do you think the pirates broadcast so they can hear themselves on your show? Most of them no, but yes, in some part. It happened that some pirates did because of that. It happened even that a lot of pirates rebroadcast my show while I was doing it. So, you know, I do have contacts with some pirates. Tosinov, I got a big collection of crystals I've put out of junked equipment over the years. I may have one for 41 meters if I dig it out. David Ward, 6935 and 6940 USB. Yes, there's something there. Let's check it out. Let's go down. $69.50 still has something. Nothing on 30, but 69.35 is actually in AM mode. 69.35 is an AM mode pirate. With the I get no satisfaction. Get no satisfaction from the Rolling Stones on 6935. Chanagash, the Chinese equivalent of the CRTC must be very busy with this amount of transmitters on the air. Yeah, I don't really know. Actually, I don't think pirates must be much of a big problem in China because they're so freaking rough on everything, you know. Simon Templar, are you doing a Halloween pirate show? Yep, November 1st. Saturday, November the 1st. EIBI list 73, but I believe the World Radio TV Handbook has even more, and each transmitter site has dozens of transmitters. It's just crazy. China is crazy, and the amount of transmitters. So yeah, Halloween show on Saturday, November the 1st. That's where it's going to happen. So, yep. That's where it's going to happen. So, this is, if you like what I do, don't forget that there's the Super Chat, where you can donate a little something. There's also the Pizza Fund and cat treats through PayPal on the email address from PayPal. Always a great pleasure to get donations. Helps a lot tremendously. So don't forget. But now China has a surprising amount of transmitter sites and transmitters, because each site has more than one transmitter. It's like the biggest transmitter site in the world for whatever. So yeah, Russia has a lot of them, but yeah, I know one thing is that apparently a lot of the old MDK2, a lot of the old transmitter sites for Radio Moscow and so on are still maintained. Apparently there are tons of transmitter sites that they have kept. You know, they've left a lot of, like, you know, the jammers and stuff like that. They had a lot of that go, like, just to ruins. But apparently there's a lot of Radio Moscow and a lot of shortwave transmitter sites they used that are still maintained to be top shape, to be ready to broadcast again. And this is interesting, is why do you keep that? I want to know. Why are you keeping that? In case Europe or somebody decides, let's go for it, after with Ukraine, you'll have all of that available? I don't know. It's interesting. Why are you maintaining all of that? Because Russia, I would guess Russia in the 80s. I would guess Russia in the 80s probably was the country with the highest number of transmitters on shortwave of any nation. The jammers everywhere, jammers for the cities, transmitter sites with a million frequencies for Radio Moscow, Radio Peace in Progress, and how much money? They spent billions of dollars back then. Billions of dollars in transmissions. Insane when you think about it. It's totally insane. Cannon says China probably gives their internal radio pirates a trip in the execution vans. RJ Dakota, not tonight, but last night I did hear China on its 15 meter band frequency very clearly on 18975. I wonder if they jammed their own transmissions because they forgot it was them in China. Who knows? You know, RJ Dakota, they realize that we need those transmitters and sites in case of emergency. Yeah, I don't know. You know, there's quite a few transmitter sites that stations have stopped transmitting, but are still on. Apparently Norway's Radio Norway transmitter sites are full, are up and running, are up and ready to run. They are maintained, still up, antennas, everything. So somebody somewhere thinks, yeah, better not take these things off too rapidly. I'm going to check something here on 17.8. Yeah, it's coming in. Not strong, but it's coming in. 17880 is Chinese music. Chinese music. I'm hearing it. Not very strong, but it's there. Brown from Wick. They were just obsessed radio geeks. Maybe. That's weird, but maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But it's interesting to see that these sites are maintained, and you never know. You never know what could happen. So, you know. Ricky, a good chunk of CRR programs in French are clearly geared for Africa. Absolutely. Absolutely. Actually, their news service of African news is surprisingly interesting to listen to, Ricky. Honestly. Well, you know what, Matt? 17880 is not a fire drake. It doesn't block anything. It's just that several languages, because I believe 17880, let me just check to make sure I'm not saying something stupid, are some of the foreign languages programs, and that one is Portuguese, soon, and now, Portuguese. A lot of people have been noticing that a lot of foreign language programs have been changed to be just music. So that's for South America in Portuguese, but they just play music. There's no programming on it, and they're not jamming anything. It's almost as if a lot of the language programs from Chinese Radio International have just gone, well, let's not do anything anymore. I don't know. It's very weird. Yet, the frequencies are there, and it's just music. This is very bizarre. Let me check that. Bra from work. The French have never probably left their African colonies. No, there's a lot of Francophone and French language people there, definitely, honestly. So, thank you, Perry, for the PayPal donation. Let me check the email here. There we go. So that's me on the right doing a mashup of Ghost from Call of Duty and Boba Fett. Doing Boba Fett next year. Does the third printer. Alright, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, that's good. Look at that. Our friend Simon Templar here. He's on the right. Yeah, the right. Well, the right. I hope the right is the same right for you. So he's on the right. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Ricky, CRI in German has been only music since I came back. Shortwave in 2022. Very strange. Yeah, it is strange. Yeah, so Portuguese is only music, pretty much. German. And there's been a lot of talk about that. It's like, why even bother broadcasting if all you're going to do is broadcast music? Honestly. You know? So, I don't know. Bob from Wick. Okay, yeah, because the French have been kicked out pretty much. But you know what? I mean, the language is still there. You know, the U.S. is pulling VOA, but China is not. In Russia, Radio Sputnik is taking over FM frequencies all over Africa that were VOA frequencies. Did you know that? Because VOA isn't just shortwave. VOA is local FM outlets across African countries. And you know what? Putin has decided, hey, Radio Sputnik is going to be a great, great, great thing to replace VOA. They're all happy that VOA is gone. And this is what a lot of people don't realize in the US. China and Russia are very happy that VOA is gone. Very, very happy that VOA is gone. That should tell you that VOA was extremely important. Just knowing that these two countries are very happy that Voice of America is gone. Zero UT. We should have. Let's check it out. Wow. I'm not hearing anything right now. Radio Romania should be on 11620. BBC is big, but you know what? BBC is struggling because its budget is being shrunk all the time. And to give the amazing service the BBC does, you need an amazing budget. You need an amazing budget. It is the way it works. You know, when people tell me, oh, well, it's hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah. How do you know how much it costs to run a news service? I don't think you do. All these people around the world, the BBC has, I mean, just amazing. The BBC, something happens in this little country we didn't even know existed. Hey, they have a correspondent there. He's going to be there. He's going to talk from that place to you. That is, you know, that is important. Unfortunately, the BBC has been strapped and kind of their budget is being crushed. How long can you continue doing all of that when the money is not there for you? It's, you know, it's crazy. So London 19657 left at the BBC TV license. But then again, London, you know, here we've gone away with that, but back in the good old days, you had to have a license to own to get a radio license to listen to the radio and a TV license to watch TV. So, that is very, that's something that you got to understand. And, the BBC doesn't pay for itself. Honestly, I understand that probably like every big gun organization, they should have some kind of funding. Like Radio Canada International here. Radio Canada, the CBC, is a public funded, and the BBC is the same thing. It's a public funded organization with our money. But it is separate from the government. It could say what it wants, even towards our own government, because it is a separate entity. The BBC World Service is, for me, the number one best source of information in the freaking world we live in. It is what is the most trusted, and whether people believe it or not, every night I will listen to the BBC, and I know what I'm hearing is good news, good stuff. We need that, and we need that to continue to be like that. It's very, very difficult, more and more difficult as we go by, getting good news sources. When you lose your compass of information, man, where do you go? And Bob from Wick, the BBC is a totally independent. It's not managed by political gain of anything. It's like the CBC in Canada. There's no political in it. No politics interfere with it. It is paid by the general public, owned by the general public, over, yes, taxes from, what comes from the UK government. But it is a totally private entity that is itself a news source, independent of everything. CBC in Canada is the same. If you should hear some of the CBC stuff. As a francophone, it's even worse. How the francophone CBC could sometimes be very harsh. It's not overseen by the government, Baba Brick. You're wrong in there. It is paid by the public in its own entity. There's no overseeing from the government, like the CBC. The government has nothing to say and nothing to do in the things they do. It is not overseen. It is money given to them by the public, but no, the government has nothing to say on it. It is its own, like the CBC in Canada, is its own entity. The overseeing of the government is on budget issues, how much money you're spending on this and that. Okay? But learn more about it. The overseeing is only on the budget side. If the CBC in Canada goes wild on spending, of course the government's going to be like, okay, there's a problem. And right now we're here in the CBC. Government are like saying, well, whoa, what's all this spending? Maybe something's wrong. The BBC is the same. If it spends too much, the government will oversee it and say, well, can't we look at the budgets and see what's being spent and where? But both the BBC and the CBC here in Canada, the government has nothing to say on it. The BBC could totally bash the UK government over something, and the UK government has nothing they can do about it. Like here, the CBC, which actually does regularly. The CBC here does it regularly. And NPR is unbiased. No, it's unbiased. I'm sorry. Whatever you think. I listen to WVPS in Vermont. I'll tell you one thing. NPR is the greatest news of what everybody should listen to in the U.S. rather than listening to Fox crap. I mean, here in Canada, Fox shit would not even be on the air with the way it is. That's all. And all of that is ending in this wave. Thanks for being here, guys. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for the donations, everybody. We'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours, Universal Time, and do more radio listening and have a lot of fun. And hopefully, no banging on the wall. So take care, guys. Love you all. Stay safe, and see you soon. All right? It's always good to have all of you here. Hey, Turbo Tim, you kept quiet. Stay safe. Stay safe, everybody. And 10-4, CB Radio Day, guys. Get your CBs and see who's on the air. Bye, everyone.